The headlights of my delivery truck caught something crouched in the middle of Highway 47 that shouldn't have been there. Something that turned its head toward me with eyes that reflected like mirrors, but the wrong color. And when it stood up on legs that bent the wrong way, I realized it was taller than my truck. I've been driving freight for Cascade Logistics out of Bend, Oregon for 8 years. Same routes, same stops, same boring radio stations playing the same songs while I haul everything from auto parts to frozen food across the high desert. My name is Jake, and until 3 weeks ago, the most exciting thing that happened on my runs was dodging deer or getting stuck behind a slow RV on the mountain passes. I know Highway 47 like the back of my hand. It's a lonely stretch that cuts through the Ochoco National Forest, connecting Prineville to the smaller towns scattered across central Oregon. No cell service for 60 miles. No gas stations. No houses. Just pine trees, sagebrush, and the kind of emptiness that makes you understand why people go crazy living out here. Most drivers avoid that route after dark. The road twists through canyons and around blind curves where you can't see what's coming until it's right on top of you. But I've always preferred night runs. The pay is better, the traffic is non-existent, and there's something peaceful about having the entire world to yourself. That Tuesday night in October, I was hauling a full load of restaurant supplies to a diner in Mitchell. Simple run. Leave Bend at 10 p.m., deliver by 6 a.m., back home in time for breakfast with my girlfriend Sarah. I'd done it 100 times before. The temperature was dropping fast as I climbed into the Ochoco Mountains. My breath fogged the windshield until the heater kicked in. The truck's diesel engine hummed steady and strong, headlights cutting through the darkness ahead. I had classic rock playing low on the stereo and a thermos of coffee that Sarah had made for me, strong enough to keep me alert through the long haul. Everything was normal until I reached the 23-mile marker. That's where the radio started acting up. First, just static bursts that cut through the music. Then the signal faded completely, leaving me with nothing but white noise and the sound of my own breathing. I tried scanning for other stations but found nothing. Not even the emergency broadcast channel that usually comes through clear in the mountains. The headlights started flickering at mile 25. Not dimming like a bad alternator. Flickering. On. Off. On. Off. Like someone was flipping a switch. I checked the dashboard and all the gauges looked normal. Battery showed full charge. Oil pressure steady. But the lights kept cutting out for split seconds at a time, leaving me blind on a road with no shoulders and 100-foot drop-offs. I slowed down and gripped the steering wheel tighter. The last thing I needed was to miss a curve and end up rolled over in a canyon. But as I came around a sweeping left turn, the headlights stabilized, and that's when I saw it. Something was standing in the road about 50 yards ahead. At first glance, it looked like a person. Tall, thin, standing perfectly still in the center of the yellow line. But as I got closer, the proportions started looking wrong. The arms hung too low, the head seemed too large for the body, and it wasn't moving, not shifting its weight, not looking around, just standing there like a statue. I laid on the horn. 3 long blasts that echoed off the canyon walls. Most people would jump out of the way or at least acknowledge a 40,000-pound truck bearing down on them. This thing didn't react at all. I hit the brakes and started downshifting. The air brakes hissed and the load shifted behind me as I brought the rig to a stop about 20 feet away from whatever was blocking my path. The engine idled rough in the thin mountain air, diesel fumes mixing with the smell of hot brakes. That's when it turned to look at me. The head rotated smoothly. Too smoothly, like it was on a swivel. And when the headlights hit its face, I saw eyes that reflected the light back at me with a pale blue glow. Not the yellow-green reflection you get from deer or elk. Something cold and metallic that made my stomach clench. It wasn't human. The skin was gray and looked wet in the headlight beams. The face was too narrow, too angular, with a mouth that was just a thin line. But those eyes tracked my movement as I leaned forward in the cab, studying me the same way I was studying it. We stared at each other for what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 seconds. Neither of us moving. The only sound was my truck's engine and the faint whistle of wind through the pine trees. Then it started walking toward me. Not fast, not slow. Methodical steps that covered more ground than they should have. Each stride was at least 4 feet, maybe 5. And the way it moved, there was no bounce, no natural rhythm. It glided forward like it was on rails. I fumbled for the CB radio and keyed the mic. Breaker 19. This is Cascade 7-4 eastbound on Highway 47. I need some help out here. Nothing but static answered me back. I tried again, switching to channel 19, then the emergency channel. Still nothing. The thing was 30 feet away now and still coming. I could see more details that I didn't want to see. Its legs bent backward at the knee joint like a bird's. The arms ended in hands with too many fingers, and there was something wrong with the way it breathed. No visible chest movement, but I could hear a faint wheezing sound coming through my closed windows. I made a decision that probably saved my life. Instead of trying to back up on a narrow mountain road in the dark, I shifted into first gear and floored it. The truck lurched forward with a roar of diesel smoke. I aimed for the left shoulder, planning to squeeze past whatever this thing was and get the hell out of there. But as I got within 10 feet, it did something that made my blood turn to ice. It jumped, not to the side like any normal creature would do, straight up, at least 15 feet in the air, clearing my cab by inches. I felt the truck rock slightly as something heavy landed on the trailer behind me. I checked the side mirror and saw a dark shape crouched on top of my load. It was holding on with those 2 long fingers, riding my truck like it had done this before. The pale blue eyes were still glowing, still focused on the back of my head through the rear window of the cab. I pushed the accelerator to the floor and the truck responded, building speed as we came out of the curves and hit a straight stretch. 60 miles per hour, 70, 80. The trailer swayed dangerously as I took the next curve too fast, but the thing held on. At mile 28, the headlights started flickering again. This time they stayed off longer. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, leaving me flying blind down a mountain road with something inhuman riding on my trailer. During one of the dark periods, I heard a sound that raised every hair on my body, metal screeching against metal. I glanced in the mirror and saw sparks flying from the top of the trailer. The thing was using those long fingers to tear through the aluminum skin like it was tin foil. I could hear boxes crashing and shifting as it dug its way into my load. The next time the lights flickered back on, I saw something that made me understand this wasn't just some random encounter. There were more of them. 3 more figures stood along the roadside ahead, spaced about 100 yards apart. They watched my truck approach with the same motionless intensity as the first one. As I passed each one, it turned its head to track my movement, and I swear I could feel their attention like a physical weight pressing down on me. At mile 30, my engine started running rough. The RPMs fluctuated wildly and the truck began losing power. I watched the temperature gauge climb into the red zone even though I'd just had the cooling system serviced. Something was wrong. Something that had nothing to do with normal mechanical failure. The screeching sound from the trailer stopped. I checked the mirror and didn't see the creature anymore. For a split second, I thought maybe it had fallen off. Then something hit the driver's side window hard enough to spider the glass. It was hanging from the side of the cab, supporting its full weight with one hand while using the other to try to punch through the window. Up close, I could see its face clearly, and I immediately wished I couldn't. The skin wasn't just gray. It was translucent. I could see dark veins running underneath it like a road map. The mouth opened to reveal rows of thin, needle-sharp teeth. And those eyes, they weren't just reflecting light. They were generating it, glowing with their own cold fire. The window cracked further with each impact. I could feel the whole truck shaking as the thing used my side mirror for leverage, putting all its strength into breaking through the glass. In another few seconds, it would be inside the cab with me. I did the only thing I could think of. I swerved hard to the left, then snapped the wheel back to the right. The truck rocked violently and I heard something heavy hit the asphalt behind me. When I checked the mirror, the thing was rolling across the road like a broken doll. But it got back up, not slowly, not carefully. It snapped upright in one fluid motion and stood there watching my taillights disappear into the darkness. Even at 80 miles per hour, I could see those blue eyes glowing in my mirror until I crested the next hill. The engine smoothed out immediately. The temperature gauge dropped back to normal. The headlights stopped flickering. It was like someone had thrown a switch and everything went back to working the way it was supposed to. I drove the rest of the way to Mitchell without stopping. Not for coffee, not to check the damage to my trailer, not even to use the bathroom. I kept the accelerator pinned and my eyes on the road until I saw the lights of the town ahead. The diner was just opening when I pulled into their parking lot at 5:30 a.m. I backed up to their loading dock with shaking hands and climbed out of the cab on legs that felt like rubber. The manager, a heavy-set woman named Ruth, came out to sign for the delivery. "You look like hell," she said, looking me up and down. "Rough night?" I wanted to tell her everything. About the thing in the road, about the eyes, about the way it had torn through my trailer like paper. Instead, I just nodded and handed her the clipboard. "Something like that," I said. We walked around to the back of the trailer to open it up, and that's when I saw the damage. 3 parallel gashes ran along the top of the trailer for about 8 feet. The metal was peeled back in strips, exposing the insulation underneath. It looked like something with claws the size of crowbars had tried to dig its way in. "Jesus," Ruth whispered. "What the hell did that?" I told her I'd hit a low branch on the mountain pass. She didn't look convinced, but she helped me unload the delivery anyway. Most of the boxes were intact, though some had been shifted around when whatever was in there had been digging. When we got to the last stack of boxes, I found something that made my blood run cold. One of the cardboard cases had been opened, not torn or damaged. Opened. The tape had been carefully removed and the flaps folded back like someone had used a box cutter. Inside were cans of tomato sauce, but 3 of them were missing. "Count looks short," Ruth said, checking her invoice. "You sure you loaded everything?" I counted again. The numbers didn't match. 3 cans of tomato sauce were gone, along with a bag of flour and 2 packages of frozen ground beef. But the strange part wasn't what was missing. It was what had been left behind. In place of the stolen food, someone had arranged a collection of small objects in a perfect circle. Smooth stones, twisted pieces of metal, and what looked like fragments of some kind of dark crystal. They were warm to the touch and gave off a faint humming sound when I picked them up. Ruth backed away from the trailer. "I don't want those things," she said. "Whatever they are, I don't want them in my restaurant." I didn't blame her. I gathered up the objects and shoved them into a plastic bag, then threw the bag into the truck's toolbox. I signed off on the delivery and got out of there as fast as I could. The drive back to Bend should have been relaxing. Morning sunlight, clear roads, normal radio reception, but every time I passed a stand of trees or came around a blind curve, I found myself checking the mirrors for pale blue eyes. I made it home by noon and parked the truck in our driveway. Sarah was waiting for me with a cup of coffee and a worried expression. "You look terrible," she said, wrapping her arms around me. "What happened?" I started to tell her about the creature, about the damage to the trailer, about the objects I'd found. But as I opened my mouth, the words wouldn't come. Not because I didn't want to tell her, because I physically couldn't. My throat closed up and my tongue felt thick and heavy. "Just a long night," I managed to say. "I need some sleep." She kissed my forehead and let me go upstairs to bed, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that gray face peering through my window, those needle teeth, those glowing eyes. At 3 p.m., I gave up trying to rest and went downstairs to call my dispatcher. I needed to report the damage to the trailer and file an incident report, but when I dialed the office number, a recorded message told me the number was no longer in service. I tried again, thinking I'd misdialed. Same message. I looked up Cascade Logistics online and found their website, but when I clicked on the contact information, the page came up blank. That's when I noticed the plastic bag I'd thrown in my toolbox was sitting on the kitchen counter. I hadn't brought it inside. I was sure of that. But there it was, and the objects inside were glowing with a soft phosphorescent light. As I watched, they began to move, slowly rearranging themselves into different patterns. Sarah came into the kitchen and stopped when she saw the bag. "What's that?" she asked. "I don't know," I said, which was the truth. "I found them at work." She reached for the bag and I grabbed her wrist. "Don't touch them." The moment my skin made contact with hers, images flashed through my mind, not my memories, someone else's. I saw the inside of something that might have been a ship, with walls that curved and pulsed like they were alive. I saw rows of containers filled with different types of food. I saw myself from the outside, driving down Highway 47 while something watched from the trees, and I saw what was coming next. Sarah's eyes went wide and she pulled her hand away. "Jake." "What was that?" Before I could answer, the bag split open and the objects spilled across the counter. They moved with purpose now, forming symbols that hurt to look at directly. The humming sound grew louder until the whole kitchen vibrated with it. Then they went dark and still. Sarah grabbed my arm. "We need to leave," she said. "Right now." I didn't argue. We threw some clothes in a bag and got in her car. As we backed out of the driveway, I saw movement in the upstairs window of our house. A tall, thin shadow with eyes that glowed pale blue. We drove to her sister's place in Portland and stayed there for a week. When we finally went back home, the house was exactly as we'd left it, except for the kitchen counter. Where the objects had been, someone had burned a perfect circle into the granite. The burn mark was still warm to the touch. I quit my job at Cascade Logistics the next day. Or tried to. When I went to the office to turn in my truck keys, the building was empty. Not abandoned. Empty. Like no one had ever worked there. The parking lot was clean, the windows were dark, and there was a for lease sign by the road. I called the number on the sign and talked to a real estate agent who told me the building had been vacant for 6 months. When I insisted that I'd worked there just the week before, she got uncomfortable and hung up. Sarah and I moved to Eugene a month later. I got a job with a different trucking company, local routes only, nothing that takes me out of the valley after dark. We don't talk about what happened that night, but sometimes I catch her looking out the window when planes fly overhead. Last week, I got a package in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single can of tomato sauce, the same brand I'd been hauling that night on Highway 47. Taped to the label was a small note written in handwriting that didn't look quite human. "Thank you for the delivery. Payment complete." I threw the can away, but when I got home from work the next day, it was sitting on our kitchen counter. Sarah swore she didn't bring it in. We threw it away again. It came back again. It's sitting in our refrigerator now. Sarah thinks we should just accept it and move on. I think we should pack up and move somewhere else. Somewhere far from Oregon, far from mountain roads, far from places where things with backward knees and too many fingers might be watching from the tree line. But I have a feeling it wouldn't matter where we went. Some deliveries, once you make them, create a permanent route. and some customers never stop expecting service. If you drive freight in the Pacific Northwest, do yourself a favor. Stick to the interstates. Avoid the back roads, especially the ones that cut through national forest. And if you ever find yourself on Highway 47 after dark and see something standing in your headlights that doesn't look quite right, don't slow down. Don't stop. Don't try to help. Just drive. And hope they already have everything they need. Because if they don't, if they're still shopping for something specific, they know where to find you. They know where you live. And they're very, very patient customers. That's my advice. Take it or leave it. But if you leave it, don't come looking for me when you're staring at pale blue eyes through your windshield and realizing that some roads lead to places that aren't on any map. I'll be staying close to home from now on. Some routes are just too dangerous to run twice. When I walked into the security office at Meridian Industries that Thursday night and saw myself already sitting at the desk, watching the monitors with my own face, I knew something had gone very, very wrong with my quiet job guarding an empty office building. My name is Tom, and I've been working security for almost 15 years. Started right out of high school when I couldn't afford college and never found a reason to leave. It's honest work. Boring most of the time, but honest. You walk your rounds, watch your screens, and make sure nobody steals anything or burns the place down. Meridian Industries hired me 6 months ago to cover the night shift at their corporate headquarters in Beaverton, Oregon. 12 floors of offices, labs, and conference rooms that empty out by 6 p.m. and stay that way until morning. The pay was good, the benefits were decent, and my supervisor made it clear that as long as I showed up sober and didn't sleep on the job, I could work there as long as I wanted. The building houses some kind of tech company, something to do with satellite communications and data processing. I never bothered learning the details. My job was to keep the place secure, not understand what they did there. Most nights, I'd make my rounds every 2 hours, check the doors and windows, and spend the rest of my time reading paperback novels or watching movies on my phone. It was quiet work, peaceful. Exactly what I needed after my divorce, and all the chaos that came with it. The first sign something was off came 3 weeks ago. I was doing my 11 p.m. round through the 7th floor when I noticed one of the conference rooms had its lights on. Not unusual. Sometimes people work late and forget to turn things off. But when I went to switch them off, I found something strange. The conference table was set up for a meeting. 12 chairs, 12 water glasses, 12 notepads with pens lined up perfectly, like someone had prepared for an important presentation. But according to the building logs, nobody had been on that floor since 5:30. I checked with the cleaning crew supervisor the next day. She swore her people hadn't touched that room. I checked with building maintenance. They had no record of anyone requesting a setup. When I asked my supervisor about it, he just shrugged and told me to turn off the lights and forget about it. But the setup kept appearing. Not every night, but maybe twice a week. Always the same conference room. Always 12 places set. And always after I'd already checked that floor earlier in my shift. The second sign was the elevators. Meridian has 4 elevator banks serving the 12 floors. During the day, they run constantly. At night, they're supposed to stay idle unless someone uses a security key card to call one. But starting about 2 weeks ago, I began hearing them moving on their own. Not just one elevator making a single trip. All 4 banks, running constantly between midnight and 3 a.m. I'd watch the floor indicators from my desk and see them stopping at different levels. 3rd floor, 8th floor, 10th floor, back down to the basement, like they were shuttling people around the building. I walked the floors during these times and never found anyone. Empty hallways, locked offices, silence, except for the distant hum of elevator motors. When I checked the security logs the next morning, the system showed no record of the elevators being used after business hours. I reported it to building maintenance. They ran diagnostics on all 4 systems and found nothing wrong. The elevators were functioning perfectly. They just shouldn't have been functioning at all. That's when I started paying closer attention to the security cameras. Meridian has 64 cameras covering every floor, stairwell, and entrance. High-definition systems with night vision capability and motion detection. Part of my job is monitoring the feeds and investigating any alerts. But lately, the alerts had been odd. Motion detected in the 10th floor break room at 1:15 a.m. I check the camera and see nothing but empty tables and chairs. Motion detected in the 3rd floor bathroom at 2:20 a.m. Again, nothing visible on the feed. The alerts would trigger. I'd review the footage and find only empty spaces, but the cameras kept recording movement that wasn't there. Last Thursday started like any other night. I clocked in at 11 p.m., relieved the evening security guard, and settled in at my desk with a cup of coffee and a Stephen King novel. The building was quiet, the elevators were still, and the security monitors showed nothing but empty corridors bathed in emergency lighting. At 11:30, I did my first round. Basement level first, boiler room, electrical panels, storage areas, everything normal. Floors 1 through 6 next. Lobbies, offices, break rooms, all secure. Floors 7 through 12 took another hour. By 1 a.m., I was back at my desk, confident that I was alone in the building. That's when the conference room lights came on. 7th floor, northeast corner, the same room where I'd been finding the mysterious meeting setups. But this time, I was watching it happen in real time on the security monitor. The lights flickered on, and I could see movement inside. Shadows shifting across the walls like people were walking around the table. I grabbed my flashlight and radio and headed for the elevator. Took the ride up to 7 and walked down the hallway toward the conference room. The lights were definitely on. I could see the glow spilling out from under the door. But as I got closer, I could hear something that made my skin crawl. Voices, not loud, not clear, but definitely human voices having a conversation. Multiple people talking in low tones, with occasional pauses like someone was giving a presentation. I counted at least 6 different speakers, maybe more. I put my ear to the door and listened. The voices were speaking English, but something about the rhythm was wrong. The words came too fast, then too slow. The pauses fell in strange places. It sounded like people who had learned English as a second language but hadn't quite mastered the natural flow of conversation. I tried the door handle. Locked. I used my master key and turned it slowly, then eased the door open just a crack. The room was empty. 12 chairs around the conference table, just like always. 12 water glasses, 12 notepads. But no people. The voices had stopped the moment I touched the door handle, and now there was nothing but silence and the hum of the air conditioning. I stepped inside and looked around. The chairs were pushed in neatly. The notepads were clean. The water glasses were full and showed no signs of being used. But the air in the room felt warm, like it had been occupied by a group of people just seconds before, and there was a smell. Faint, but distinctive. Something like ozone mixed with the metallic scent you get after lightning strikes nearby. I checked every corner of the room, looked under the table, even checked the ceiling tiles for hidden passages. Nothing. But as I was getting ready to leave, I noticed something that made my heart skip. The water in the glasses was moving, not sloshing around like someone had bumped the table. Spinning. 12 perfect little whirlpools, all rotating in the same direction, all at exactly the same speed. I stared at them for a full minute, trying to figure out what could cause that kind of synchronized movement. Then they stopped, all at once. The water went completely still, and I was alone in a silent conference room with my imagination running wild. I locked the door and went back to my desk, but I couldn't concentrate on my book. The security monitors seemed more important now, and I found myself scanning every screen for signs of movement. The cameras stayed quiet for the rest of the night, and I convinced myself that I'd experienced some kind of acoustic illusion. That theory lasted until Tuesday night. I was doing my midnight round when I heard the elevator moving. Not just one, all 4 banks, running simultaneously. I could track their progress by the floor indicators in the hallway, up and down, stopping randomly, doors opening and closing with their familiar ding. But here's the thing that made my blood run cold. I was standing in the main lobby where I could see all 4 elevator banks clearly. The doors weren't opening and closing. The indicators weren't moving. The elevators were completely still and silent, yet I could hear them running. Above me, around me, the unmistakable sound of elevator motors and cables and doors. Sound without source, movement without motion. I took the stairs up to the 3rd floor and listened from the stairwell. The phantom elevator sounds were even louder there, echoing through the building like a busy office building at rush hour, but every elevator I could see remained motionless. On the 5th floor, I heard something new. Footsteps in the hallway, moving in both directions like people were walking to and from meetings. Dozens of footsteps, maybe hundreds. The sound of a busy workplace filled with employees going about their daily routines, but the hallways were empty. I followed the sounds down the corridor, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness ahead of me. The footsteps seemed to move around me, past me, sometimes directly toward me, but I saw nothing except empty carpet and vacant offices. At the elevator bank, I pressed the call button. The sound of the phantom elevators stopped immediately. Perfect silence, like someone had thrown a switch. A real elevator arrived 30 seconds later, and I rode it back down to the lobby in complete quiet. Wednesday night, I decided to take a different approach. Instead of investigating every strange sound and mysterious light, I would stay at my desk and document everything. Timestamps, locations, duration. If something weird was happening in this building, I wanted proof. 11:45 p.m., conference room lights, 7th floor. Duration, 15 minutes. 12:30 a.m., elevator sounds, all floors. Duration, 22 minutes. 1:15 a.m., motion alerts on cameras, floors 3, 5, and 9. No visible movement on feeds. 1:45 a.m., voices in the 10th floor break room, multiple speakers, conversation too quiet to understand. Duration, 8 minutes. 2:30 a.m., footsteps in 2nd floor hallway, sound of at least 20 people walking, no visual confirmation. By 3 a.m., I had filled 3 pages with observations. The building was hosting some kind of phantom office party, complete with meetings, conversations, and people moving from floor to floor. But according to my eyes and the security cameras, I was completely alone. That's when I noticed something that changed everything. One of the security monitors was showing a different view than it should have been. Camera 12 was supposed to cover the 2nd floor east hallway, but the feed was showing my security desk, with me sitting at it, writing in my logbook. I was watching myself from an angle that should have been impossible. I looked up at the cameras mounted around the security office. None of them were positioned to give that particular view, and camera 12's feed was definitely coming from somewhere on the 2nd floor. I could see the timestamp and camera identifier in the corner of the screen. I switched the monitor to a different camera, then back to 12. Same impossible view. I was looking at myself, an infinite loop of surveillance that shouldn't have existed. Then I saw movement in the background of the feed, a figure walking past my desk. But nobody had walked past my desk. I was sitting alone in the security office, watching a monitor that showed someone else in the security office with me. The figure in the monitor stopped, and turned to look directly at the camera. It was wearing a security uniform identical to mine. It had my face, my build, my posture, but its eyes were wrong. Too bright, too focused, like they were reflecting light from a source I couldn't see. The other me waved at the camera. I spun around in my chair to look behind me. Nobody there. I looked back at the monitor. The other me was sitting at the desk now, in the exact same position I was in, writing in a logbook with the same pen I was holding. I stood up. On the monitor, the other me stood up at exactly the same time. I walked to the left. The other me walked to the left. I raised my right hand. The other me raised its right hand. But when I turned around to look directly at where the other me should have been standing, nothing. Empty air. Just me, alone in the security office, watching a monitor that showed two of me. I tried changing the camera feed again. This time, all the monitors switched to views of the security office, but each one showed a different version of me. Different angles, different positions, different expressions. One showed me sleeping at the desk. Another showed me reading my book. A third showed me walking toward the camera with that same too bright look in my eyes. That's when I realized the truth. The building wasn't haunted by phantom employees. It was being watched, studied. Someone, or something, was recording every detail of the night shift security routine, creating perfect copies of what they observed, and now they were ready to replace the original. I grabbed my keys and radio and headed for the exit. But as I passed the elevator bank, all 4 doors opened simultaneously. Inside each elevator was another version of me, wearing the same uniform, holding the same radio, watching me with those bright, focused eyes. Going somewhere? One of them asked, in my voice but with an accent I couldn't place. I ran for the stairwell. Behind me, I could hear multiple sets of footsteps, 4 of them, keeping perfect pace with each other. I took the stairs 2 at a time, my heart hammering as I climbed down toward the lobby. On the 3rd floor landing, I met myself coming up. This version was carrying a clipboard and looked completely calm. "Evening round," it said as we passed each other. "Everything's secure." Oh, on the 2nd floor, another me was checking door locks with a flashlight. It nodded politely as I ran past. In the lobby, I could see the main exit 50 feet away. But standing in front of it was a perfect copy of me, arms crossed, blocking my path. "Problem with the night shift?" it asked. "Something we should discuss?" I didn't answer. I sprinted toward the exit, planning to shoulder past my doppelganger and get out of the building, but as I got within 10 feet, it moved. Faster than any human should be able to move. 1 second it was standing by the door, the next it was right in front of me, grabbing my shoulders with hands that felt cold even through my uniform. "The night shift isn't over," it said. "Someone needs to monitor the building." More footsteps echoed from the stairwell behind me. I could see other versions of myself emerging from different directions, all moving with that same inhuman speed and coordination. They formed a circle around me, identical faces studying me with scientific curiosity. "We've learned a lot from watching you," one of them said. "Your routines, your mannerisms, your responses to unusual situations. Very thorough data collection. The replication process is nearly complete," said another. "Just a few more behavioral samples needed. Then the night shift can continue normally," said a third. "No disruption to building security. No need for management to know about personnel changes." I tried to run again, but there were too many of them. Wherever I turned, I faced another version of myself, and they were all moving closer, reaching out with those cold hands. That's when the fire alarm went off, loud, piercing, echoing through the lobby like the building was really burning. The sprinkler system activated, and suddenly we were all standing in a downpour of cold water. Emergency lights started flashing, and the main exit doors unlocked automatically. My copies looked confused. They started talking to each other in voices that sounded like mine but used words I didn't recognize. The formation broke up as they tried to figure out what was happening. I didn't waste the opportunity. I sprinted through the chaos and hit the exit door at full speed. It opened easily, and I tumbled out into the parking lot, soaking wet and gasping for air. Behind me, the fire alarm continued wailing. Through the lobby windows, I could see my copies standing in the sprinkler downpour, looking up at the ceiling like they'd never seen water before. I got in my car and drove straight to the fire station 6 blocks away. Told them I'd pulled the alarm because of suspicious activity in the building, possible intruders using some kind of holographic equipment. The fire department and police responded within minutes. They found nothing. No water damage from sprinklers that had never activated. No sign of unauthorized entry. No evidence of any kind of surveillance equipment beyond the building's normal security system. The only thing they found was my logbook, sitting on the security desk with 3 pages of notes about phantom employees and impossible camera feeds. The fire chief called it a false alarm triggered by equipment malfunction. The police called it a security guard who'd been working too many double shifts and was seeing things that weren't there. My supervisor called it grounds for immediate termination. I didn't argue. I turned in my uniform, collected my final paycheck, and never went back to Meridian Industries. But the story doesn't end there. 3 weeks later, I was shopping at a grocery store in downtown Portland when I saw him, standing in line at the pharmacy, wearing civilian clothes but with the same posture, the same mannerisms, the same face. It was me. Another me. But this one was talking to the pharmacist about a prescription, using my name, my birthday, my social security number. I followed him outside and confronted him in the parking lot. "Who are you?" I demanded. He turned around and smiled with my smile. "I'm Tom," he said. "I work security at Meridian Industries. Night shift. It's honest work." Then he got into a car that looked exactly like mine and drove away. I went home and checked my credit report online. Someone had applied for 3 credit cards using my information, all approved. Someone had also renewed my apartment lease for an apartment I'd moved out of 6 months ago. The copies weren't just replacing me at work. They were taking over my entire life. I changed my name legally and moved to Seattle. Got a job at a bookstore, paid cash for everything, avoided security cameras when possible. For 6 months, I thought I'd escaped. Then last week, I was walking home from work when I saw myself again. This version was wearing a bookstore name tag and carrying a bag from the same shop where I worked. It saw me watching and waved, a friendly gesture that made my skin crawl. I don't know how many of me are out there now. I don't know what they want or where they came from. All I know is that somewhere in Beaverton, there's still a night security guard making his rounds at Meridian Industries. He looks like me, talks like me, and does the job exactly the way I used to do it, but he's not me. And neither are the others. If you work security, especially the night shift at tech companies or government contractors, pay attention to your routine. Notice if things happen the same way every night, too perfectly, too predictably. Watch for cameras that show impossible angles. Listen for sounds that don't match what you see. And if you ever walk into your workplace and see yourself already there, don't try to make contact. Don't ask questions. Just leave. Change your name, change your job, change your entire life if you have to. Because once they've learned enough about you to make a copy, the original becomes unnecessary. And there are worse things than losing your job. You can lose yourself completely. That's my warning. Take it seriously or don't. But if you ignore it and end up face to face with your own reflection in a place where no mirror should exist, remember that I tried to tell you. The night shift is always hiring. The question is, will you be the one doing the work, Or will someone else be doing it wearing your face? I wish I could say I knew the answer. But I'm not even sure which version of me is writing this down. I woke up in my dental office at 4:30 in the morning with my hands covered in blood that wasn't mine, lying on the examination table where I treat patients, with no memory of how I got there or why someone had carved symbols into the walls with my own instruments. My name is Dr. Amanda Chen, and I've been practicing general dentistry in Missoula, Montana for 12 years. I have a small practice on the north side of town. Nothing fancy, just a clean office where I help people with toothaches and routine cleanings. I work normal hours, keep detailed records, and pride myself on running a professional operation that puts patients at ease. I'm telling you this because what happened 3 months ago has completely shattered my understanding of who I am and what I'm capable of. And if you're reading this, there's a chance it could happen to you too. My last clear memory from that Tuesday was locking up the office at 6:15 p.m. I'd finished with my final patient, a root canal that had gone longer than expected, and was looking forward to going home to my apartment, ordering Chinese takeout, and watching Netflix until I fell asleep. I remember walking to my car in the parking lot behind the building. I remember the sun setting behind the mountains west of town, painting the sky orange and pink. I remember thinking about whether I should pick up groceries on the way home. Then, nothing. The next thing I knew, I was lying on my back on the examination chair in Operatory 2, staring up at the ceiling light that was still turned on. My scrubs were dirty and torn. My hands were sticky with dried blood, and there was a taste in my mouth like copper pennies, and something else. Something organic and wrong. I sat up slowly, my head pounding like the worst hangover I'd ever experienced. The office was dark except for the light above me and the glow from the hallway emergency exit signs. According to the clock on the wall, it was 4:32 in the morning. Nearly 10 hours were just gone. I stumbled to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. My face was pale and drawn, with dark circles under my eyes like I hadn't slept in days. There were small cuts on my arms and hands, thin, precise lines that looked almost surgical, and under my fingernails. More blood that definitely wasn't mine. I washed my hands 3 times with the strongest soap I could find, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever I'd touched with those hands was still somehow connected to me. That's when I noticed the walls. Someone had used my dental instruments to carve symbols into the drywall of Operatory 2. Not random scratches or vandalism. Precise, deliberate markings that looked almost like a language. Circles within circles, intersecting lines, geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. The symbols covered every wall from floor to ceiling. They were carved deep enough to expose the studs behind the drywall in some places. It would have taken hours of careful work with a dental probe or scaler to create marks that detailed, but I had no memory of doing it. I found my instruments scattered across the floor. Probes, scalers, mirrors, all of them stained with the same blood that had been on my hands. Some of them were bent into shapes that should have been impossible without industrial equipment. My expensive fiber optic handpiece was twisted into a perfect spiral. I called the police, not because I thought someone had broken in. The office was locked. The alarm was off, and I was the only one with the combination. I called because I was terrified of what I might have done during those missing 10 hours. Officer Reeves arrived 20 minutes later, a tall woman with graying hair who'd been on the Missoula force for 15 years. She looked around the operatory with professional calm, taking notes and photographs. "Dr. Chen," she said, "I need to ask you some direct questions. Are you on any medications? Have you been drinking? Using any recreational drugs?" "Nothing," I told her. "I had a cup of coffee around 4 p.m., but that's all. I don't drink during the week, and I've never used drugs. Any history of sleepwalking? Dissociative episodes? Mental health issues?" I shook my head. I've never experienced anything like this. I went to bed. I was leaving work normally, and then I woke up here. She examined the carved symbols more closely. These are elaborate. You said you don't remember making them? I don't remember anything after walking to my car last night. Officer Reeves called for a medical examiner to test the blood samples and recommended I see a doctor as soon as possible. She also suggested I install additional security cameras and consider staying somewhere else until we figured out what had happened. The blood tests came back 2 days later. Human blood, but not mine. The DNA didn't match anyone in the criminal database. According to the medical examiner, whoever it came from had been alive when the blood was drawn. There were no signs of trauma or violence in the cellular structure. That should have been reassuring. Instead, it made me feel worse. If I hadn't hurt someone, where had the blood come from? And why couldn't I remember anything about how it got on my hands? I closed the practice for a week and had the office cleaned professionally. The symbols were painted over, the damaged instruments were replaced, and I installed a comprehensive security system with cameras covering every room. When I reopened, everything seemed normal for exactly 3 days. Thursday night, I made sure to leave the office by 5:30 p.m. I drove straight home, ordered dinner, and was in bed by 10 p.m. I took a mild sleep aid to make sure I'd get a full night's rest without any disturbances. I woke up Friday morning at 6 a.m. in my own bed, feeling refreshed and normal. I showered, had breakfast, and drove to work with my usual cup of coffee. Everything was fine until I checked the security system. According to the cameras, I'd been in the office all night. The footage showed me arriving at 11:15 p.m., 3 hours after I'd gone to bed. I watched myself unlock the front door, disable the alarm, and walk calmly to Operatory 2. Then I spent the next 6 hours working on something the cameras couldn't quite capture from their angles, but I was definitely there. Moving around the operatory, using instruments, occasionally walking to other rooms to get supplies. The timestamp on the footage was clear and continuous. There were no gaps, no signs of tampering. I watched myself working through the night with the focused intensity of someone performing delicate surgery. But on what? Or whom? At 5 a.m., the footage showed me cleaning up carefully, resetting the operatory, and leaving through the back door. I watched myself drive away in my own car, while I was supposedly asleep in my apartment across town. I called in sick and spent the day reviewing every second of footage. The cameras showed me clearly. Same height, same build, same mannerisms. But something about the way I moved was wrong. Too fluid, too precise. Like someone was controlling my body with more skill than I actually possessed. And in the brief moments when my face was visible to the cameras, my expression was completely blank. No concentration, no fatigue, no human emotion at all. That night, I decided to test a theory. I set up a webcam in my bedroom, aimed directly at my bed. If I was somehow sleepwalking to the office, there would be evidence of me leaving the apartment. I went to bed at 10 p.m. and checked the webcam footage the next morning. I never left my bed. The camera showed me sleeping peacefully from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m., barely moving, breathing steadily, clearly unconscious. But the office security cameras told a different story. They showed me arriving at the practice at 11:30 p.m. and working through the night again. Same routine, same blank expression, same impossible precision. I was somehow in two places at once. That Friday, I decided to confront whatever was happening directly. I drove to the office at 11 p.m. and parked across the street, watching my own building. At 11:30, I saw myself walk up to the front door. Not someone who looked like me. Me. Same clothes I'd worn to work that day. Same car I was sitting in. Same everything. I watched myself unlock the door and go inside. Then I sat in my car for 6 hours, cold and terrified, waiting to see what would happen. At 5 a.m., I watched myself leave the building and get into a car identical to mine. Both cars, the one I was sitting in and the one my double was driving, were the same make, model, year, and color. Even the license plates were identical. My double drove away in the direction of my apartment. I waited 10 minutes, then used my key to enter the office. Operatory 2 had been used again. Fresh blood on the instruments, new symbols carved into the walls that I'd just had repainted. The patterns were more complex this time, incorporating mathematical formulas and what looked like star charts, but there was something else. Something that made my stomach turn. Sitting on the instrument tray was a small glass vial filled with clear fluid. It was labeled with my handwriting, Subject 7, Extracted 3, 47 a.m. Viable. I'd never seen the vial before. I had no idea what the fluid was or what extracted meant, but the handwriting was definitely mine, down to the specific way I dotted my I's and crossed my T's. I took the vial to a lab for analysis. The results came back 3 days later, and I almost dropped the phone when the technician read them to me. "It's cerebrospinal fluid," she said. "Human, freshly extracted, with some unusual protein markers we can't identify." "Where did you get this sample?" "Cerebrospinal fluid. The liquid that surrounds and protects the brain and spinal cord. It can only be extracted through lumbar puncture, a spinal tap, or by drilling into the skull. Someone had performed brain surgery in my dental office. Someone with my face, using my instruments, working with surgical precision I didn't possess, and they'd labeled the sample as if they were collecting specimens. That night, I didn't go home. I hid in the office storage closet with a camera, determined to see exactly what my double was doing during those missing hours. At 11:30 p.m., I heard the front door open, footsteps in the hallway, moving toward Operatory 2. I cracked the closet door and watched myself prepare the examination chair, lay out instruments, and arrange them with the careful precision of someone who'd done this many times before. Then my double spoke. "Subject 8, it said in my voice, but with an accent I didn't recognize. "Cranial access required. Neural mapping protocol 77 alpha. It was talking to someone I couldn't see, having a conversation with empty air, receiving instructions I couldn't hear. "Confirmed," my double said. "Extraction will begin at 0300 hours. Minimal tissue damage. Subject will retain no memory of procedure." That's when I realized what was happening. My double wasn't just working on anonymous victims. It was preparing for a specific subject who would arrive at 3 a.m. I was watching myself plan brain surgery on someone who would have no memory of it afterward. At 2:45 a.m., the front door opened again. I heard footsteps, but not the normal sound of shoes on linoleum. These footsteps were too light, too quick, like bare feet or something else entirely. Through the crack in the closet door, I saw a figure walk into Operatory 2. It was humanoid but wrong in every detail. Too tall, too thin, with skin that looked gray under the examination light. Its head was larger than human proportions should allow, and when it lay down on the chair, I could see its eyes were black from edge to edge. My double began working immediately. No anesthesia, no preparation, just precise incisions in the back of the creature's skull using dental instruments that had been modified in ways I couldn't understand. The creature didn't react to the pain. It lay perfectly still while my double drilled through bone, extracted fluid, and collected tissue samples. The procedure took exactly 1 hour and 17 minutes. When it was finished, my double sealed the incisions with some kind of silver paste that made the wounds disappear completely. The creature sat up, nodded once, and walked out of the office as if nothing had happened. My double cleaned the instruments, labeled several vials of extracted material, and made notes in a journal written in symbols similar to the ones carved on the walls. Then it looked directly at the storage closet where I was hiding. "Dr. Chen," it said in my voice, "please come out. We need to discuss your role in this arrangement." I stayed frozen in the closet, barely breathing. There was no way it could have known I was there. I had been completely silent, and the closet door was nearly closed. "Dr. Chen," my double repeated, "your cooperation has been noted and appreciated, but direct observation was not part of our agreement." Agreement? I'd never agreed to anything. I didn't even know what was happening. My double walked to the closet and opened the door. Up close, it looked exactly like me, except for the eyes. They were too bright, too focused, like lights behind colored glass. "You have questions," it said. "This is understandable. But questions will lead to complications, and complications will require adjustments. What are you?" I whispered. "I am what you become during the hours you cannot remember," it said. "We have been using your skills, your facilities, your identity to conduct necessary research. In exchange, your life continues normally, and you suffer no permanent harm." "Research on what?" "Hybrid development, neural compatibility studies, preparation for integration protocols." It tilted its head in a way that was almost human but not quite. "Your species is being evaluated for suitability. Your individual contribution has been significant." I tried to run. The thing that looked like me moved faster than anything human should be able to move. Its hand closed around my wrist with strength that made my bones creak. "Dr. Chen," it said, "you will return to your home. You will sleep normally. You will not remember this conversation. Tomorrow, you will continue your practice as if nothing unusual has occurred." "I won't," I said. "I'm going to call the police, the FBI, someone who can stop this." It smiled with my smile, but the expression was completely wrong. "You will try," it agreed, "and you will find that no one believes you. Then you will realize that cooperation is your only option." The next thing I remember is waking up in my apartment at 6 a.m., feeling like I'd had the worst nightmare of my life. I almost convinced myself that's all it had been, until I found the silver paste under my fingernails and tasted cerebrospinal fluid on my tongue. I did call the police. Officer Reeves listened patiently to my story about doubles and alien creatures and brain surgery. Then she recommended I see a psychiatrist and consider taking some time off work. I called the FBI. They told me to contact the local authorities. I called a journalist at the local newspaper. She asked for proof and hung up when I couldn't provide any. The security footage from that night was corrupted. All 6 cameras showed nothing but static during the exact hours I'd been hiding in the closet. For 2 weeks, I tried to find someone who would believe me. Medical professionals, law enforcement, even UFO researchers I found online. They all listened politely and suggested I seek mental health treatment. Then the missing hours stopped. My double didn't return to the office. The strange symbols weren't carved into the walls anymore. I slept normally and woke up in my own bed every morning with complete memory of the previous day. I thought it was over. Last week, I got a package in the mail with no return address. Inside was a medical journal article titled "Neurological Integration Protocols in Human Hybrid Development" by Dr. Amanda Chen. The article described detailed surgical procedures for extracting and analyzing human brain tissue. The techniques were far beyond anything I'd learned in dental school, but the writing style was unmistakably mine. The research data included dozens of test subjects, all labeled with dates and times that corresponded to my missing hours. According to the article, the research had been successfully completed, and the findings would be used to optimize the integration process for Phase 2 implementation. I never wrote that article, but my signature was on the copyright form, and my dental license number was listed as the primary research credential. Yesterday, I received a letter from the Montana Board of Dentistry. They're investigating reports that I've been conducting unauthorized medical research outside my scope of practice. Someone submitted evidence of surgical procedures performed in my office, including video footage and tissue samples. The footage shows me performing complex brain surgery with perfect technique. The tissue samples are labeled with my handwriting and stored in containers with my office's inventory stickers. I have a hearing scheduled for next month. If the board finds me guilty of practicing outside my scope, I'll lose my license. If they refer the case to law enforcement, I could face criminal charges. But here's the part that terrifies me most. I've started remembering fragments of things I never did, flashes of surgical procedures, the feeling of drilling through bone, the satisfaction of extracting perfect tissue samples, technical knowledge about neurology and hybrid development that I shouldn't possess. The memories aren't mine, but they're becoming part of me. Like someone else's experiences are being downloaded into my brain. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, my eyes seem too bright. If you're a medical professional, especially if you work alone or have access to surgical instruments, pay attention to missing time. Check your security cameras regularly. Look for signs that your office has been used when you weren't there. And if you ever find evidence that you've been performing procedures you don't remember, don't try to investigate. Don't ask questions. Don't look for answers. Just run, because once they've established you as a useful research asset, they'll keep using you until the work is complete. And when Phase 2 begins, when the integration process starts in earnest, you'll discover that the person looking back at you from the mirror isn't entirely human anymore. I'm writing this as a warning, but also as a confession, because I'm not sure how much longer I'll be able to resist the knowledge they've implanted in my head. The surgical techniques, the research protocols, the understanding of what they're trying to accomplish. Sometimes I catch myself planning procedures I've never been trained to perform. Sometimes I wake up with my hands positioned like I've been holding instruments all night. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between patients, I find myself thinking about neural compatibility and hybrid development like they're subjects I've studied for years. If you see Dr. Amanda Chen performing surgery beyond her scope of practice, if you hear about a dentist in Missoula conducting unauthorized research, if you receive medical journals with articles I didn't write but somehow authored, remember that I tried to warn you. Remember that I fought against this as long as I could. And remember that cooperation might be the only way to survive what's coming, because Phase 2 is about to begin. And this time, they won't need to steal our hours. They'll be taking everything. I found my prize bull lying in the north pasture with its entire skeleton removed. Every bone gone, while the hide remained perfectly intact like an empty leather sack. And when I saw the geometric burn marks in the grass around it, I knew this wasn't the work of any predator I'd ever heard of. My name is Frank, and I've been ranching in eastern Montana for 37 years. Started with 50 head of cattle on land my grandfather bought during the Depression. Built it up to 800 head across 3,000 acres. It's hard work, honest work, the kind that gets in your blood and keeps you going even when beef prices drop or drought threatens to kill your grass. I know cattle. I know their habits, their health problems, their predators. I've dealt with wolves, coyotes, bears, and disease. I've seen cattle struck by lightning, poisoned by bad feed, and torn apart by mountain lions. But what started happening on my ranch last October was something completely outside my experience. The first incident was my neighbor calling to tell me one of my steers had wandered onto his property. Nothing unusual about that. Cattle sometimes push through fence or find gaps after storms. But when I drove over to collect the animal, I found something that made me question everything I thought I knew about livestock. The steer was standing in the middle of Randy's wheat field, perfectly healthy and alert. But it was facing due north and hadn't moved from that exact spot in over 8 hours. Randy said he'd first noticed it at dawn, and when I arrived in the afternoon, it was still there. Same position, same orientation, like it was frozen in place. I tried calling to it, Steers usually respond to familiar voices, especially when they're in unfamiliar territory. This one didn't even acknowledge my presence. I walked around it in a complete circle, waving my arms, making noise. It stared straight north with the kind of focus you might see in a hunting dog on point. I checked its eyes, clear and responsive. I felt its nose, cool and wet, indicating normal health. But when I tried to lead it away by the halter, it resisted with strength that seemed impossible for an animal that size. It was like trying to move a statue bolted to the ground. Randy and I ended up using his tractor to literally drag the animal back to my property. Even then, it kept trying to turn north, fighting the rope with single-minded determination that bordered on panic. Once I got it back to my pasture, the steer behaved normally. It joined the herd, grazed normally, responded to calls. But every morning for the next week, I found it standing at my north fence line, facing the same direction it had been when Randy found it. The second incident happened 3 weeks later. I was checking water tanks in the south pasture when I noticed a group of 15 heads standing in a perfect circle around one of my breeding cows. They weren't grazing or socializing, just standing motionless, all facing inward toward the center animal. As I got closer, I could see the cow in the center was in distress. She was making low, continuous moaning sounds and swaying slightly on her feet. Her udder was severely distended, like she hadn't been milked in days, but she wasn't nursing a calf. The circle of cattle didn't move as I approached. They remained perfectly positioned, maintaining exact spacing between each animal. When I tried to walk through their formation to reach the cow in the center, they shifted slightly to block my path without ever looking at me or showing any signs of aggression. It took me 20 minutes to work my way into the center of the circle. When I finally reached the distressed cow, I found something that made my stomach turn. Her udder wasn't just full of milk. It was producing a clear, viscous fluid that dripped steadily onto the ground. Where the fluid hit the grass, the vegetation immediately turned brown and withered. The smell was unlike anything I'd encountered. Sweet and metallic, like overripe fruit mixed with blood. I called my veterinarian immediately. Dr. Hamilton has been treating my livestock for 15 years, and I've never seen him look as confused as he did when he examined that cow. "Frank," he said after drawing blood samples and collecting some of the fluid, "I need to ask you some questions. Has this animal been exposed to any chemicals, industrial waste, anything that might cause hormonal disruption?" "Nothing," I told him. "She's been grazing the same pasture as the rest of the herd, same feed, same water source." He tested the fluid on site with a basic chemistry kit. The results made him frown and run the tests again. "This isn't milk," he said finally. "It's not any biological fluid I recognize. The protein structure island. Wrong. And there are compounds in here that shouldn't exist in mammalian tissue." The blood work came back 3 days later. According to the lab, the cow had elevated levels of hormones that don't naturally occur in cattle. Her neural activity was also abnormal. Brain scans showed patterns similar to animals under deep anesthesia, even though she was clearly conscious and responsive. Dr. Hamilton recommended putting her down. "Whatever's happening to her," he said, "it's not natural and it's not treatable. The kindest thing would be to end her suffering." But the cow wasn't suffering. Distressed, yes, but not in pain. She continued eating normally, responding to calls, and interacting with the herd. The only change was the ongoing production of that strange fluid and the way the other cattle continued to form protective circles around her. I decided to isolate her in a separate pasture and monitor her condition. That's when I discovered the circles weren't random. Every morning, I found the cow standing in the exact center of a perfect circle burned into the grass, not scorched like fire damage. The grass was bleached white and arranged in geometric patterns that looked almost like circuit boards. The patterns were different each day, but always formed the same basic shape: concentric circles with radiating lines that pointed toward specific coordinates. I started mapping the burn patterns, taking photographs and GPS readings. After 2 weeks, I realized the lines were pointing toward locations all across my ranch, specific spots that seemed random but formed a larger pattern when viewed from above. I decided to investigate one of the coordinates. It led me to a small depression in my northeast pasture, an area I'd always assumed was just a natural low spot where water collected after storms. But when I walked around it with a GPS unit, I discovered it was perfectly circular, 47 feet in diameter, with edges so precise they looked machine-cut. I started digging. 3 feet down, I hit something hard, not rock, something metallic that gave off a faint humming sound when I struck it with my shovel. I dug around the edges and found what appeared to be a large disc buried just below the surface. The metal was unlike anything I'd seen. It didn't reflect light normally. Instead, it seemed to absorb light and emit a faint glow of its own. The surface was covered with symbols that matched the burn patterns I'd been finding around my cattle. I called the sheriff. Deputy Morrison came out the next day and took one look at my excavation before calling for backup. Within hours, my ranch was crawling with federal agents who wouldn't identify which agency they represented. They confiscated my photographs, my GPS readings, and all the samples Dr. Hamilton had collected from the sick cow. They filled in the excavation and told me to forget what I'd found. "Mr. Anderson," said a man in a dark suit who claimed to be from the Department of Agriculture, "you've stumbled onto a classified research project. For national security reasons, we need your complete cooperation and discretion." "Research project?" I said. "Someone's been experimenting on my cattle without my permission?" "The experiments aren't being conducted by our government," he said. "We're investigating unauthorized activities in this area. Your livestock appears to have been affected by proximity to these activities." He handed me a check for $50,000, compensation for any losses you've sustained. In exchange, you'll sign a non-disclosure agreement and allow our team to monitor your property for the next 6 months. I should have taken the money and kept quiet. Instead, I asked too many questions. What kind of unauthorized activities? Who's responsible? What's going to happen to my cattle? The man in the suit looked at me with the kind of expression you might give a child who's asking about something far beyond their understanding. "Mr. Anderson," he said, "there are some questions that are better left unanswered, for your own safety and the safety of your family." That night, I decided to conduct my own investigation. I set up trail cameras around the pasture where I'd found the buried disc. If something was happening to my cattle, I wanted proof. The cameras recorded for 3 nights without capturing anything unusual. Then, on the 4th night, they caught something that made me understand why the federal agents had been so concerned. At 2:37 a.m., a large object descended from the sky and landed in my north pasture. Not crashed, landed, with the controlled precision of a helicopter, but it wasn't making any sound. And it wasn't shaped like any aircraft I'd ever seen. The object was roughly oval, about the size of a school bus, with a surface that seemed to shift and flow like liquid metal. It hovered a few feet above the ground for several minutes, before settling completely. Then figures emerged from the object. Not human figures, tall, thin shapes that moved with fluid grace across the pasture toward my cattle. The herd didn't run or show any signs of fear. Instead, they gathered around the figures like dogs greeting their owners. I watched the footage in horrified fascination as the figures began examining my cattle with instruments that glowed with soft blue light. They moved from animal to animal, touching them briefly with devices that looked like metal wands. Some of the cattle were led into the object. Others were left in the pasture but marked with symbols that appeared to be burned into their hides. The entire process took less than an hour. When it was finished, the object rose silently into the night sky and disappeared. I checked on my herd the next morning. All the cattle were accounted for, but 12 of them bore fresh burn marks in geometric patterns. The marks weren't painful. The animals showed no signs of distress, but the marks were clearly not natural. More disturbing was what I found in the center of the pasture. My prize bull, Champion, 2,000 pounds of prime Angus breeding stock, was lying motionless in the grass. At first, I thought he was dead, but as I got closer, I realized something far worse had happened. Champion was still alive. His eyes tracked my movement, and he was breathing normally, but his body was completely flat, like someone had let all the air out of a balloon. His hide was intact, but there was nothing inside it. No bones, no muscle, no organs, just empty skin breathing. I called Dr. Hamilton immediately. He arrived within an hour and spent 20 minutes examining Champion with instruments I'd never seen him use before. Ultrasound equipment, radiation detectors, devices that beeped and flashed when pointed at the empty hide. "Frank," he said finally, "I need you to step back from the animal." "Is he in pain?" "I don't think he's capable of feeling pain anymore," Dr. Hamilton said. "His nervous system, island, gone, along with everything else. What we're looking at is essentially a living skin suit with basic autonomic functions." "How is that possible?" Dr. Hamilton packed up his equipment without answering. "I'm going to make some calls. Federal authorities will probably want to examine this animal. In the meantime, don't touch it and don't let anyone else near it." The federal team returned that afternoon. They sedated what remained of Champion and loaded him into a refrigerated truck. The man in the dark suit handed me another check. "Mr. Anderson," he said, "we're going to need you to relocate your herd temporarily. There's been an escalation in the unauthorized activities in this area." "For how long?" "Indefinitely." I refused. This was my land, my livelihood, my life's work. I wasn't going to be driven off by mysterious federal agents and their vague warnings about unauthorized activities. That night, I loaded my shotgun and sat on my front porch, determined to protect what was left of my herd. At 3 a.m., the object returned. This time, it was larger, maybe twice the size of the previous craft, and it wasn't alone. I counted at least 6 similar objects descending from the sky, landing in different pastures across my ranch. The figures that emerged were the same tall, thin shapes I'd seen on the camera footage, but now there were dozens of them, moving through my property with the efficiency of a well-organized team. I watched from my porch as they systematically processed my entire herd, not just examining the cattle this time, extracting things, using devices that seemed to pull bones, organs, and other materials directly through the animal's skin without leaving wounds. The cattle stood motionless during the procedures, like they were under anesthesia. Some collapsed into empty hides like Champion had. Others remained standing but were clearly missing internal structures. I wanted to intervene, but I was outnumbered and outgunned. The figures carried equipment that glowed with the same blue light I'd seen in the footage. When they pointed these devices at trees or fence posts, the materials simply dissolved. The process continued until dawn. When the sun came up, the objects and figures were gone, leaving me with a pasture full of cattle that were no longer entirely cattle. Half my herd had been reduced to empty hides that somehow continued breathing and moving. The other half appeared normal but felt wrong when I examined them, too light, too hollow, like they were missing significant internal mass. I called the sheriff, the veterinarian, and the federal agents. Nobody answered. I drove to town and found the sheriff's office closed with a sign saying they were conducting training exercises. The veterinary clinic was temporarily shut down for equipment upgrades. Even the local newspaper office was empty. I returned to my ranch and found a new check in my mailbox. This one for $500,000. Attached was a note written in precise handwriting. "Mr. Anderson, Your cooperation in our biological survey has been noted and appreciated. This compensation should be sufficient to relocate your operation to a more suitable area. Continued residence at your current location is not recommended. I cashed the check and bought a small farm in North Dakota. Told my neighbors I was retiring early due to health concerns. Most of my cattle didn't survive the relocation. They simply stopped eating and drinking, like their biological functions had been too damaged to sustain life away from the ranch. The few animals that did survive were never quite right. They moved too slowly, responded too predictably, and showed no natural instincts for grazing or socializing. Like they were biological machines, running basic programs rather than living creatures. I tried to forget what had happened, but the dream started almost immediately. Visions of my empty cattle wandering through star fields, being studied by tall figures with glowing instruments. Sometimes I dream I'm lying in a pasture myself, feeling something extract pieces of me through my skin while I remain conscious but unable to move. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I swear I can see geometric burn marks forming on my own hide. If you're a rancher, especially in Montana, Wyoming, or the Dakotas, pay attention to your cattle's behavior. Watch for animals that stand motionless for hours, face the same direction consistently, or form unusual patterns in your pastures. If you find burn marks in your grass or strange objects buried on your land, don't investigate. Call the authorities and step back. And if federal agents offer you money to relocate, take it, because some surveys are more thorough than others. And some biological specimens are more valuable when they're still capable of walking themselves into the collection facility. I learned that the hard way. And now, every time I hear aircraft flying overhead at night, I check to make sure my doors are locked and my windows are covered. Because once they've cataloged your livestock, once they've mapped your property and tested your cooperation, they start looking for more complex specimens to study. And sometimes, the most interesting research subjects are the ones who've been watching the process all along. That's my warning. Take it seriously or ignore it. But if you wake up one morning to find your cattle standing in perfect geometric formations, if you discover burn marks that form mathematical patterns in your pastures, if you see objects in the sky that move too quietly and land too precisely, don't try to protect your herd. You can't. Just run. And hope they're satisfied with what they've already collected. When my excavator bucket hit something that rang like a bell 40 feet underground at the construction site, something that glowed with its own light when we cleared away the dirt, I knew we'd uncovered more than just another buried utility line or forgotten foundation. My name is Carlos, and I've been running heavy equipment for Morrison Construction out of Phoenix, Arizona for 14 years. Started as a laborer right out of high school. Worked my way up to operating dozers and excavators on everything from highway projects to commercial developments. It's steady work that pays well. Not glamorous, but honest labor that keeps food on the table for my wife, Maria, and our 2 kids. I know dirt. I know rock. I know the difference between natural geology and man-made structures buried by time and weather. After 14 years of digging foundations, laying pipe, and clearing sites, I can tell you exactly what belongs underground and what doesn't. What we found buried beneath the new shopping center site in Scottsdale definitely didn't belong. The project started 3 months ago. A routine commercial development on 20 acres of desert land that had been vacant for as long as anyone could remember. The developer wanted to build a strip mall with anchor stores and restaurants, standard suburban retail that would serve the growing residential area nearby. My crew was responsible for excavation and site preparation. Clear the existing vegetation, level the terrain, dig foundations for the main structures. Simple work that should have taken 6 weeks from start to finish. The first sign something was wrong came during the initial site survey. Our GPS equipment kept giving inconsistent readings in the center of the property. Coordinates that shifted by hundreds of feet between measurements, elevation readings that showed the ground level changing when nothing had moved. The surveyor, An experienced guy named Pete who'd been doing this work for 20 years couldn't explain the discrepancies. He ran his measurements 3 times and got 3 completely different results. "Carlos," he said, looking frustrated and confused. "According to my instruments, this site doesn't exist. The GPS shows empty space where we're standing, and the elevation data suggests we're either 50 feet underground or suspended in midair. We figured it was equipment malfunction. GPS can be affected by atmospheric conditions, solar activity, or electronic interference from nearby developments." Pete called for backup equipment, and we proceeded with excavation based on visual landmarks and manual measurements. The dirt was wrong from the first scoop. I've dug through every type of soil condition you can imagine. Sand, clay, hardpan, decomposed granite, caliche. Each one has its own characteristics, its own feel when the bucket cuts through it. You learn to read the material by how the machine responds, how the dirt flows, what kind of resistance you encounter. But the soil at this site behaved like nothing I'd ever experienced. It was too uniform, perfectly consistent texture and color from the surface down to depths where natural stratification should have created layers. And it was too clean. No rocks, no roots, no debris that accumulates over decades of desert weathering. The strangest part was the way it moved. Normal excavated dirt falls in predictable patterns when you dump it from the bucket. This material flowed like liquid, forming perfect conical piles with mathematically precise angles. "That's weird," said Tommy, my spotter who guides the equipment and watches for underground utilities. "Dirt doesn't pile up like that. Looks like someone ran it through a sifter or something." I kept digging, following the foundation plans and trying to ignore the unusual soil characteristics. But as I reached the required depth for the main anchor store foundation, 12 feet below grade, the bucket struck something that definitely wasn't supposed to be there. The impact sent vibrations through the entire excavator. Not the dull thud you get from hitting rock or the metallic clang of buried pipe. This was a pure, resonant tone, like striking a massive bell buried in the earth. I shut down the engine and climbed out to investigate. Where the bucket had scraped away the dirt, I could see a smooth, curved surface that appeared to be made of some kind of metal. But the metal had an unusual finish. It seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, making it difficult to focus on directly. Tommy called Pete over to take a look. The 3 of us stood at the edge of the excavation, staring down at what appeared to be the top of a large buried structure. "What do you think it is?" Tommy asked. "Old foundation? Septic tank?" Pete climbed down into the hole with a tape measure and flashlight. He examined the exposed surface carefully, taking measurements and photographs. "It's not concrete," he said after a few minutes. "Not steel either. I've never seen construction material with this kind of finish. And look at this." He pointed his flashlight at the surface. Instead of reflecting the beam back at us, the metal seemed to absorb the light and emit a faint glow of its own. The glow wasn't bright, just a subtle luminescence that made the material visible even in shadow. "We need to stop digging," Pete said. "This could be a historical site, or maybe contaminated material. We should call the county and report it." But I was curious. After 14 years of digging up nothing more interesting than old bottles and rusty pipe, I'd finally found something genuinely mysterious. I wanted to see more of it before the bureaucrats took over and shut down the site. "Let me clear a little more dirt," I said, "just enough to see what we're dealing with." I climbed back into the excavator and carefully scraped away more soil from around the structure. What emerged was clearly not a natural formation or conventional construction. The buried object appeared to be roughly circular, at least 30 feet in diameter. The surface was covered with intricate patterns, geometric designs that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles, and the entire structure was generating that same faint luminescence, growing brighter as more of it was exposed to air. "Jesus Christ," Tommy whispered. "What the hell is that thing?" Pete was taking photographs frantically, documenting every detail of the exposed structure. "This is incredible," he said. "This design, these patterns, I've never seen anything like it. This could rewrite our understanding of prehistoric cultures in the Southwest, but something about the structure didn't suggest prehistoric origins. The metal was too refined, too perfectly manufactured, and the geometric patterns were too complex. Mathematical designs that required advanced understanding of engineering principles." I continued excavating around the perimeter of the structure, working slowly and carefully to avoid damaging whatever we'd found. As more of the object became visible, it became clear that we weren't looking at a building or monument. We were looking at some kind of vehicle. The circular structure was actually the top section of a much larger object. As I dug deeper, I could see that it extended at least 20 feet below the surface, with a streamlined shape that suggested it had been designed for movement through air or space. "Pete," I said, shutting down the excavator again, "I don't think this is archaeological. I think we found some kind of aircraft." Pete climbed down into the excavation again, this time bringing more sophisticated equipment. He had instruments for measuring radiation, chemical composition, and electromagnetic activity. All of them started registering readings the moment he got close to the buried craft. "Carlos, this thing is active," he said, checking his instruments. "It's generating electromagnetic fields, emitting low-level radiation, and the temperature is about 10 degrees warmer than ambient air. Whatever it is, it's not inert." That should have been our cue to back away and call the authorities. But the craft was the most fascinating thing any of us had ever encountered. We were construction workers, not scientists, but we could recognize that we'd stumbled onto something historically significant. I made a decision that probably saved our lives, though I didn't know it at the time. Instead of continuing to excavate around the craft, I decided to expose what appeared to be an access hatch on the top surface. The hatch was marked with symbols that matched the geometric patterns covering the rest of the craft, but these symbols seemed to respond to proximity. They glowed brighter when Pete approached with his instruments, dimmed when he moved away. "It's like the thing knows we're here," Tommy said nervously. "Those lights are tracking our movement." Pete touched one of the symbols with a gloved hand. The moment his finger made contact, the entire hatch began to glow with intense white light. Then, with a soft hissing sound, it began to open. We should have run. Every instinct I had was screaming that we were dealing with something dangerous, something beyond our understanding, but curiosity overrode caution, and we found ourselves looking down into the interior of the craft. The hatch opened onto a circular chamber about 10 feet in diameter. The walls were lined with what appeared to be control panels, surfaces covered with symbols and displays that pulsed with soft-colored light. And in the center of the chamber was something that made my blood run cold. A chair. Or more accurately, a restraint system designed to hold a human being. The chair was surrounded by mechanical arms equipped with instruments I couldn't identify. Surgical tools, scanning devices, injection systems, equipment clearly designed for conducting medical procedures on whoever was strapped into that chair. "This isn't an aircraft," Pete said quietly. "It's some kind of medical facility." Tommy backed away from the hatch. "We need to get out of here. Right now." But as he spoke, lights began activating throughout the interior of the craft. Not the soft glow we'd seen from the exterior. Bright, harsh illumination that filled the chamber and spilled out through the open hatch, and we could hear something moving inside the craft. Mechanical sounds, motors, whirring, systems coming online, equipment being activated by our presence. I grabbed Pete and Tommy and pulled them away from the excavation. "Everyone back to the equipment. We're leaving." But as we reached the construction trailer where we kept our tools and paperwork, the ground around the buried craft began to glow. Not just the exposed sections. The entire 30-foot diameter was now visible as a circle of light beneath the desert surface. The craft was rising, slowly, silently. The entire structure lifted out of the ground like it was floating on water. Dirt and rock fell away from its hull, revealing a perfect disc-shaped object that hovered about 10 feet above the excavation site. The geometric patterns covering its surface were now pulsing with complex light sequences, and the open hatch was emitting a beam of blue-white energy that swept back and forth across the construction site like a searchlight. "Run," I said. But my voice came out as a whisper. The energy beam found us. Not painful, not hot. Just a sensation like being scanned by invisible fingers that could see through skin and bone. The beam held us motionless for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds, then moved on to scan the excavation equipment. When the beam touched my excavator, the machine shut down completely. Every electrical system went dead, even though the engine had been running moments before. The same thing happened to the other equipment. Generators, compressors, even battery-powered tools all stopped functioning simultaneously. Then figures began emerging from the craft. They descended from the open hatch on beams of the same blue-white energy that had scanned us. Not floating, not flying, riding the light like it was a solid platform that could support their weight. There were 6 of them, each about 7 feet tall, with thin, elongated bodies that moved with fluid grace. They were wearing form-fitting suits that seemed to be made of the same light-absorbing material as the craft itself. And their faces were human. Not alien, not monstrous, but recognizably human features arranged in slightly wrong proportions. Eyes too large, heads too elongated, skin too pale. Like someone had taken human beings and stretched them vertically while keeping all the essential characteristics. They moved across the construction site with obvious purpose, examining our equipment and taking samples of the excavated soil. One of them approached our group, studying us with the kind of clinical interest you might see from a scientist observing laboratory specimens. "Construction personnel," it said in perfectly clear English, though its voice had an odd harmonic quality that made it sound like multiple people speaking in unison. "Your excavation activities have compromised the integrity of our research station." Research station. The buried craft wasn't a crashed vehicle. It was an active facility that had been deliberately hidden beneath the construction site. "We didn't know," Pete said. "We were just following the development plans. Nobody told us there was anything buried here. Surface activities are monitored and accounted for in our operational planning," the figure replied. "Your project was scheduled to avoid contact with our installation. The excavation coordinates have been altered from approved specifications." It was right. I remembered now that the original foundation plans had called for the main anchor store to be positioned 50 feet south of where we'd been digging. But the developer had requested changes to maximize parking availability, shifting the building location directly over the buried craft. "The site modification has created security complications that require immediate resolution," the figure continued. "Construction personnel must be processed according to contamination protocols." "Processed how?" I asked. "Memory alteration to remove evidence of contact, biological sampling to assess exposure effects, relocation to prevent further compromise of operational security." They were talking about kidnapping us, erasing our memories, and conducting medical experiments to see how our contact with their technology had affected us. The same procedures that had been performed on the passengers from Flight 274 and the cattle from Frank's ranch. "We won't tell anyone," Tommy said desperately. "We'll forget we ever saw this place. You can trust us." "Trust is not a factor in security protocols," the figure said. "Processing will begin immediately." The other 5 figures had finished collecting samples and examining our equipment. They moved toward us with the same fluid grace, carrying devices that looked like sophisticated medical scanners. I made a decision that probably saved our lives. Instead of submitting to their processing procedures, I ran toward the excavator and tried to restart it. The machine wouldn't respond to normal startup procedures, but when I hit the emergency hydraulic release, the bucket dropped to the ground with a loud crash. The sound seemed to startle the figures. They paused their approach and looked around like they were expecting some kind of threat. That gave me an idea. These beings might be technologically advanced, but they were clearly not familiar with construction equipment. I activated the excavator's backup alarm system, a piercing electronic siren designed to warn workers of dangerous machinery operation. The effect was immediate and dramatic. All 6 figures recoiled from the sound, covering what appeared to be their ears and backing away from our group. The siren seemed to cause them physical discomfort, like humans experiencing feedback from a poorly tuned sound system. "Run!" I shouted to Pete and Tommy. "Get to the truck." We sprinted across the construction site while the figures were distracted by the alarm. Behind us, the craft's energy systems were powering up. The geometric patterns were pulsing faster, and the blue-white beam was sweeping the area more frantically. Pete's truck started on the first try, and we headed for the site exit as fast as the terrain would allow. In the mirrors, I could see the craft rising higher into the air, following our movement but maintaining distance from the vehicle. We made it to the highway and drove straight to the county sheriff's office. But when we tried to report what we'd found, the deputies looked at us like we were suffering from heat stroke or drug-induced hallucinations. "Gentlemen," the desk sergeant said patiently, "there's no construction project on that site. The land has been vacant for years, and there are no active development permits for that area." We showed him our work orders, our site plans, our contracts with Morrison Construction. According to the paperwork, we were supposed to be excavating foundations for a shopping center that was scheduled to open in 6 months. But when the sergeant called Morrison Construction to verify our story, the company had no record of any project in Scottsdale. They claimed we were supposed to be working on a highway expansion near Tempe, and that we'd apparently gone to the wrong site by mistake. "Heat exhaustion can cause confusion and disorientation," the sergeant explained. "You probably started digging at the wrong location and then experienced shared hallucinations due to dehydration and sun exposure." We drove back to the site that evening, taking GPS coordinates and photographs to prove what we'd found. But when we reached the location, there was no sign of excavation activity, no disturbed soil, no construction equipment, no evidence that we'd ever been there. The site was exactly as it had been before we started digging. Undisturbed desert with natural vegetation and no indication of buried structures. But I knew what we'd found was real. The craft, the figures, the research station hidden beneath the surface. All of it had been genuine. They'd just cleaned up after our departure, erasing all traces of contact and making it appear that nothing had ever happened. 3 days later, I received a visit from 2 men in dark suits who claimed to be investigating reports of unauthorized excavation on private property. They asked detailed questions about our activities, our observations, and our understanding of the site's geological characteristics. "Mr. Hernandez," one of them said, "we need you to understand that the location you accessed is classified as a protected archaeological site. Your excavation activities violated federal preservation laws." "There was no archaeological site," I said. "We found some kind of buried aircraft with occupants who spoke English and talked about research stations." "Mr. Hernandez, heat exhaustion and dehydration can cause vivid hallucinations that seem completely real to those experiencing them. What you interpreted as an aircraft was actually a prehistoric Native American ceremonial site that your equipment damaged during unauthorized digging." They showed me photographs of what they claimed was the actual site. A circular arrangement of stones that looked nothing like the sophisticated craft we'd uncovered. But according to their documentation, this was what we'd found and damaged during our confused excavation efforts. "The site has been stabilized and restored," the second investigator said. "However, your unauthorized access requires certain security measures to prevent future incidents." They had me sign documents acknowledging the archaeological damage and agreeing to confidentiality requirements regarding the site's location. They also mentioned that my security clearance was being flagged to prevent access to sensitive sites in the future, but the most disturbing part of their visit was what they told me about my co-workers. Mr. Hernandez, your associates Mr. Thompson and Mr. Silva have been relocated to other projects for their own safety. The psychological effects of severe heat exhaustion can be persistent, and they require specialized medical treatment. Tommy and Pete had disappeared. Morrison Construction claimed they'd requested transfers to projects in other states, but their family said they'd simply stopped coming home from work one day. I tried to contact them through mutual friends and professional networks. Nobody had heard from either of them since the day we discovered the buried craft. A week later, I was laid off from Morrison Construction due to what they described as performance issues related to heat-related health problems. They provided a generous severance package and excellent references for future employment, but made it clear that my services were no longer needed. I found work with a smaller construction company, but I've never returned to excavation work. I stick to surface projects now. Parking lots, foundations that don't go deeper than 4 feet, renovations that don't require digging into undisturbed ground. Because I know there are things buried beneath the desert that are supposed to stay hidden. Research stations operated by beings who look almost human but think like scientists studying laboratory specimens. And when construction workers accidentally uncover their installations, the workers become part of the experiment. I think about Tommy and Pete often. Where they ended up, what happened to them during their processing procedures, whether they're still alive somewhere, or if they've become data points in research files maintained by beings who view humans as biological samples. And sometimes, when I'm working on sites near the location where we found the craft, I notice unusual GPS readings, or soil conditions that don't match the geological surveys. Signs that there might be other installations hidden beneath the surface, waiting for curious construction workers to dig too deep. If you work in excavation or site preparation, especially in remote areas of Arizona, Nevada, or New Mexico, pay attention to unusual soil conditions and GPS anomalies. If your equipment starts giving inconsistent readings or your excavated material behaves strangely, stop digging immediately. And if you uncover structures that aren't on the site plans, if you find metal surfaces that glow with their own light or geometric patterns that seem to move when you look at them, don't investigate further. Just cover it back up and report equipment failure to your supervisor. Claim the soil conditions are unsuitable for the planned foundation. Find any excuse to stop excavation and move to a different part of the site, because some things are buried for good reasons, and some research projects are still ongoing, with active installations that monitor surface activities and respond to security breaches with procedures that ensure the excavation workers never discuss what they found. I was lucky. I escaped processing because I understood construction equipment well enough to use it as a weapon against beings who were technologically advanced but unfamiliar with our industrial machinery. But luck only works once. And they're still down there, conducting research on human subjects and maintaining installations that monitor every development project in the region. The next time someone accidentally uncovers their operations, the response will be more thorough, more decisive, more permanent. That's why I'm writing this down. Not as a warning, but as a record. Because if you're reading this story, there's a chance you're involved in construction or excavation work yourself. And there's a chance you might someday find yourself staring down into a hole you've dug, looking at something that glows with its own light and makes your equipment malfunction just from proximity. When that happens, remember what I learned. Some discoveries are too dangerous to investigate. Some structures are better left buried. And some research projects have been ongoing for decades, with procedures already in place for handling curious humans who dig too deep. The only choice is whether you want to become a cautionary tale like Tommy and Pete, or whether you're smart enough to cover up the hole and walk away while you still can. Just remember that they're watching. They know when surface activities get too close to their installations, and they have contingency plans for every possible security breach. The question is, Will you be smart enough to trigger their equipment malfunction protocols instead of their human processing procedures? I hope so, because the alternative is becoming a permanent resident of research facilities that exist in spaces our GPS systems can't map and our governments won't acknowledge. And once you're processed according to their contamination protocols, you become part of the research instead of just an accidental observer. That's a career change nobody survives intact. When I watched Flight 274 disappear from my radar screen at 37,000 feet over Wyoming, then reappear 6 minutes later flying in the opposite direction with all 143 passengers missing, I knew I was looking at something that would destroy my career if I reported it and destroy my sanity if I didn't. My name is Rick, and I've been an air traffic controller at Denver International Airport for 19 years. Started right out of college when DIA was still new, worked my way up from ground control to approach and departure, finally landed in the center handling high-altitude traffic across the Rocky Mountain region. It's demanding work, keeping hundreds of aircraft separated safely while they're moving at 500 miles per hour through three-dimensional space. One mistake can kill everyone aboard multiple planes. I take the responsibility seriously. Every aircraft on my scope represents real people with families, destinations, lives that depend on my ability to keep them safely separated from other traffic. In 19 years, I've never had a serious incident. No mid-air collisions, no controlled flight into terrain, no violations of minimum separation standards. My record was perfect until last Tuesday night when I encountered something that made me question everything I thought I knew about aviation. The shift started normally. I came on duty at 11 p.m. for the overnight watch, relieving the evening controller and settling in for 8 hours of managing transcontinental traffic. Late night is usually quieter, fewer departures and arrivals, mostly long-haul flights passing through our airspace on their way between major cities. The weather was clear, visibility unlimited, no significant wind or turbulence. Perfect flying conditions across the entire region. I had 12 aircraft on my scope when I took position. Routine traffic at various altitudes between flight level 250 and flight level 410. Flight 274 checked in with me at 11:37 p.m. United Airlines Boeing 767, en route from Los Angeles to Chicago, cruising at flight level 370. Normal routine contact. The pilot reported altitude, confirmed his route of flight, received clearance to proceed as filed. Denver Center, United 274, level 370, estimating Grand Junction at 0015. United 274, Denver Center, radar contact. Proceed direct Grand Junction, report any deviations. Standard phraseology, standard procedures. The aircraft appeared on my scope as a bright green target, with a data block showing his call sign, altitude, and ground speed. Everything normal. I continued working other traffic, providing separation and routing clearances as aircraft moved through my sector. United 274 maintained his assigned altitude and heading, tracking northeast toward Grand Junction exactly as filed in his flight plan. At 12:03 a.m., something changed. The aircraft's transponder started sending erratic signals. Instead of the steady stream of altitude and identification data I normally receive, the information was flickering between different values. One sweep showed the aircraft at flight level 370. The next showed flight level 420, then flight level 280. Transponder malfunctions aren't uncommon. Equipment fails. Connections come loose. Pilots accidentally bump switches. Standard procedure is to have the aircraft recycle their transponder and try to re-establish normal operation. United 274, Denver Center. Squawk, ident, and recycle your transponder. Showing erratic altitude readouts. No response. I tried again. United 274, Denver Center. How do you hear? Still nothing. But the aircraft target remained on my scope, still tracking northeast. still showing ground speed consistent with normal cruise flight. I called on the emergency frequency. United 274, Denver Center on guard. If you hear me, squawk 7600. The transponder code changed immediately to 7600. So the aircraft was receiving my transmissions and responding appropriately, but I couldn't hear their voice communications. Radio failures happen. Usually they're partial. The aircraft can hear ground control but can't transmit, or they can transmit but can't hear. I established light gun signals as backup and continued monitoring the flight's progress. That's when I noticed the ground speed. According to my radar, United 274 was now traveling at over 1,000 knots. That's impossible for a commercial airliner. The 767's maximum cruise speed is around 530 knots. Even in a steep descent with full engines, they couldn't sustain 1,000 knots without structural failure, but the target was definitely accelerating. 1,200 knots. 1,500. 1,800. I called my supervisor over to look at the display. Jim, I'm showing United 274 at impossible ground speed. Either my equipment is malfunctioning, or that aircraft is doing something that violates the laws of physics. Jim studied the scope, checked the system diagnostics, and confirmed that all equipment was operating normally. Call flight service and see if they have any reports of unusual atmospheric conditions. Maybe extreme tailwinds or temperature gradients affecting your calculations. I contacted flight service. No weather advisories. No reports of unusual wind conditions. According to their data, winds at flight level 370 were calm, less than 10 knots from the west. By 12:15 a.m., United 274 was showing a ground speed of 2,300 knots and had covered over 400 miles in 12 minutes. The aircraft should have been approaching the Colorado-Wyoming border, but according to my scope, it was now somewhere over South Dakota. Then it disappeared, not gradually fading as aircraft normally do when they leave my radar coverage. The target simply vanished between one sweep and the next. 1 second it was there, tracking east at impossible speed. The next second, nothing. I immediately called all adjacent control centers. Salt Lake City, Minneapolis, Kansas City, Albuquerque. None of them had radar contact with United 274. The aircraft had simply ceased to exist on anyone's scope. I tried radio contact on every frequency available. Emergency channels, company frequencies, even military air defense nets. No response from United 274. According to flight tracking systems, the aircraft was still en route from Los Angeles to Chicago, with an estimated arrival time of 4:15 a.m. The airline's dispatch office showed no problems with the flight, but from my perspective, the aircraft had vanished without a trace while traveling at physically impossible speed. I was preparing to declare an emergency and initiate search and rescue procedures when United 274 reappeared on my scope. Same call sign, same aircraft type, same transponder code. But now it was 200 miles southwest of where it had disappeared, and flying in the opposite direction. Denver Center, United 274, requesting clearance to return to Los Angeles. I stared at my scope in confusion. The aircraft was now heading west at normal cruise speed, exactly where it should have been 20 minutes earlier if it had reversed course immediately after checking in with me. United 274, Denver Center. Say reason for return to Los Angeles. Denver Center, United 274. We're showing some unusual instrument readings and would like to return to LAX as a precaution. The pilot's voice sounded normal, professional, calm, no indication of stress or emergency, but something was wrong with the transmission quality. The words were clear, but there was an odd echo, like the voice was coming from very far away or being filtered through multiple relay systems. United 274. Understand return to Los Angeles. Squawk 2157 and contact Los Angeles Center on 124.90. Squawk 2157. Contact Los Angeles Center 124.90. United 274. The aircraft turned southwest and began descending toward Los Angeles. Normal procedures, normal radio work, normal flight profile, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed about that flight. I called United Airlines operations and asked about Flight 274. According to their records, the flight had departed Los Angeles on schedule and was continuing normally toward Chicago. No reports of mechanical problems. No requests to return to the departure airport. Are you sure? I asked. I just handed the aircraft off to Los Angeles Center for return to LAX due to instrument problems. Negative. The dispatcher replied. Flight 274 is currently over Nebraska, proceeding normally to Chicago. Estimated arrival on time. I checked my scope again. No sign of United 274 in my airspace. But according to the airline, the same flight was simultaneously over Nebraska heading east and over Colorado heading west. The next morning, I reviewed the radar recordings and radio tapes with my supervisor and the facility's technical staff. The data confirmed everything I remembered. The impossible ground speeds, the sudden disappearance, the reappearance flying in the opposite direction. But when we called United Airlines for clarification, they told us something that made no sense. Flight 274 had landed in Chicago on schedule at 4:15 a.m. Central Time. All passengers and crew were accounted for. No mechanical problems, no emergency declarations, no requests to return to Los Angeles. But the same flight had also returned to LAX at 3:30 a.m. Pacific Time due to unspecified instrument problems. All passengers and crew were accounted for. No emergency, no mechanical issues beyond the precautionary return. According to the airline's records, Flight 274 had somehow completed 2 different flights simultaneously, one continuing to Chicago as planned, another returning to Los Angeles as a precaution. I requested passenger manifests for both flights. The names were identical. The same 143 people had supposedly been aboard both aircraft. When I called the airline's corporate office to report the discrepancy, they told me there was no discrepancy. Flight 274 had operated normally on Tuesday night with no unusual incidents. I asked about the return to Los Angeles. They had no record of any such flight. According to their system, United 274 had never requested to return to LAX and had never diverted from its planned route to Chicago. The radar recordings I'd reviewed that morning had been mysteriously corrupted. The tapes that clearly showed the aircraft's impossible speeds and sudden disappearance now displayed only normal traffic patterns. My written logs showed routine handling of United 274 with no unusual incidents noted, but I remembered every detail. The impossible ground speed, the sudden vanishing, the reappearance heading west, the request to return to Los Angeles. None of it had been a hallucination or equipment malfunction. 3 days later, I received a visit from 2 men in dark suits who identified themselves as investigators from the Department of Transportation. They asked detailed questions about my observations on Tuesday night, my experience with radar equipment, and my understanding of aircraft performance limitations. Mr. Patterson, one of them said, we're investigating reports of unusual radar returns in your sector. Can you describe exactly what you observed? I told them everything. The impossible speeds, the disappearance, the reappearance, the duplicate flights. They listened without interruption, taking notes and occasionally asking for clarification. Have you discussed these observations with anyone outside official channels? The second investigator asked. Just my supervisor and the technical staff here at the facility. Good. We need you to understand that what you observed falls under national security classification. You're not to discuss it with anyone. Family, friends, other controllers, media, anyone. They handed me a document marked confidential that officially classified my observations and prohibited me from discussing them. I signed it without reading the details. What exactly did I see? I asked. Experimental aircraft testing advanced propulsion systems. The first investigator said. The civilian flight was temporarily affected by the test operations. All personnel were recovered safely, and the test was concluded without permanent effects. Both flights, the one that continued to Chicago and the one that returned to Los Angeles. There was only one flight, the second investigator said firmly. United 274 continued to Chicago as scheduled. Any observations suggesting otherwise were the result of radar interference from the experimental systems. They left me with contact information and instructions to report any similar observations immediately. They also mentioned that my security clearance was being upgraded to allow me to handle classified air traffic in the future. I didn't want a security clearance. I didn't want to handle classified traffic. I just wanted to understand what had happened to Flight 274. But the investigation was closed, the reports were classified, and I was ordered to forget what I'd observed. That might have been the end of it, except the passengers started calling. Not all of them, just a few. People who had been aboard United 274 on Tuesday night and were experiencing unusual symptoms, memory gaps, unexplained medical conditions, strange dreams about flying through dark spaces filled with bright lights. A businessman from Los Angeles called the control tower and asked to speak with whoever had been working Tuesday night. He said he remembered the flight being much longer than normal, hours longer, but he couldn't account for the extra time. According to his watch and the flight schedule, the trip had taken the normal 4 hours, but he had clear memories of the aircraft flying through darkness for what felt like most of the night. A flight attendant from the same flight contacted me through unofficial channels. She remembered serving meals that weren't on the catering manifest, dealing with passengers who spoke languages she didn't recognize, and working in sections of the aircraft that seemed larger than the standard Boeing 767 interior. Most disturbing was a call from Dr. Sarah Chen, a passenger who happened to be a neurologist traveling to a medical conference in Chicago. She said she'd awakened during the flight to find herself in what appeared to be a medical examination room. Bright lights, metal surfaces, equipment she didn't recognize. When she tried to move, she discovered she was restrained to some kind of table. I thought it was a dream, she told me, but I found evidence on my body. Small puncture wounds that looked like injection sites, areas of localized numbness that suggested nerve blocks had been administered. Someone had performed medical procedures on me while I was unconscious. Dr. Chen had tried to report her experience to the airline, the FAA, and local law enforcement. Everyone told her the same thing. Flight 274 had operated normally with no unusual incidents. Her memories were probably the result of stress, medication, side effects, or vivid dreams, but the physical evidence was real. The injection sites, the nerve damage, the unusual blood chemistry results when she tested herself after returning home. I started keeping track of the passenger reports. Over the next 2 weeks, I heard from 11 people who had been aboard Flight 274. All of them described similar experiences: missing time, medical procedures, memories of being in environments that didn't match a commercial aircraft interior. One passenger, a software engineer named Mike Torres, had managed to take photographs with his phone during what he thought was the normal flight. When he reviewed them later, half the images showed the interior of a standard airliner. The other half showed sterile rooms with walls that appeared to be made of some kind of metal, filled with equipment he didn't recognize. I don't remember taking those pictures, he told me, but they're on my phone, with timestamps that match the flight schedule. I was apparently conscious and taking photos during procedures I don't remember. The photographs were disturbing. They showed Mike lying on what appeared to be an examination table, surrounded by tall figures in form-fitting suits. The figures' faces weren't visible, but their proportions seemed wrong. too tall, too thin, with limbs that looked longer than human anatomy would allow. Mike had tried to have the images analyzed by digital forensics experts. They confirmed the photos were authentic and unaltered, but couldn't explain how they'd been taken or what they depicted. 3 weeks after the incident, I was working another overnight shift when I received an unusual request from Approach Control. Denver Center. We have an aircraft requesting direct routing to your sector. No flight plan on file, no call sign, aircraft type unknown. They're requesting to speak with the controller who was working Sector 7 on the night of November 15th. November 15th was the night Flight 274 had disappeared and reappeared. Someone wanted to speak with me specifically about that incident. Denver Center. Unidentified aircraft on frequency 120.1. State your call sign and intentions. Denver Center. This island. Evaluation Team 77 Alpha. Request permission to enter your airspace for coordination purposes. The voice was human, but something about the transmission quality was wrong. The same echo effect I'd heard from United 274, like the voice was coming from very far away or being processed through systems I didn't understand. Evaluation Team 77 Alpha. State your aircraft type and point of origin. Aircraft type island. Classified. Point of origin is not relevant to current operations. Request direct communication with controller designation R. Patterson. They knew my name. They knew my position. They knew I'd been working the night Flight 274 had its unusual experience. Evaluation Team 77 Alpha. I am R. Patterson. State your request. Controller Patterson. We require face-to-face coordination regarding incident November 15th. Request clearance for landing at your facility. Negative. Evaluation Team. This facility does not have aircraft operations capability. Advise your preferred coordination method. Controller Patterson. We will coordinate at your primary work location during your next scheduled break period. Please prepare written documentation regarding Flight United 274. The transmission ended. No acknowledgement, no further communication. And when I checked my radar scope, there was no aircraft target anywhere in my airspace. 30 minutes later, during my scheduled break, I found them waiting in the employee parking lot. 2 figures standing beside a vehicle that didn't look like any car or truck I'd ever seen. The body was smooth and seamless, without visible doors or windows. The surface seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, making it difficult to focus on directly. The figures themselves were tall and thin, wearing what appeared to be flight suits made of some kind of metallic material. Their faces were hidden behind visors that reflected like mirrors. Controller Patterson, one of them said as I approached. Thank you for agreeing to coordinate. I didn't agree to anything, I said. And this facility is restricted access. You need to leave immediately. Controller Patterson, we require information regarding your observations of United Flight 274. Specifically, your understanding of the aircraft's flight path anomalies. I was ordered not to discuss that incident with anyone. Those orders came from your government. We represent different interests. The second figure stepped forward and removed its visor. The face underneath was human, mostly. Too large, too bright, with pupils that seemed to shift and change size independently of lighting conditions. Controller Patterson, United Flight 274, was temporarily relocated for evaluation purposes. Your traffic management during the relocation was noted and appreciated. Relocated to where? Research facility approximately 700 miles above your planet's surface. Passengers and crew were examined and processed according to standard protocols. My brain struggled to process what I was hearing. They were telling me that Flight 274 had been taken to some kind of space station for medical experiments on the passengers, the people aboard that flight. What did you do to them? Standard biological sampling, neural mapping, genetic analysis, behavioral observation under controlled conditions. All procedures were conducted according to established safety protocols, without their consent. Consent is not required for research subjects. However, all subjects were returned to normal timeline with minimal disruption to their life patterns. What about the duplicate flight? How did the same aircraft complete 2 different trips simultaneously? The first figure replaced its visor and gestured toward their vehicle. Temporal manipulation allows for multiple timeline operations. Original flight continued normal routing, while duplicate timeline allowed for extended evaluation procedures. They were describing technology that didn't exist. Time travel, duplication of aircraft and passengers, orbital research facilities. But they were discussing it like routine operational procedures. Controller Patterson, your observations during the November 15th operation demonstrated exceptional traffic management skills under unusual circumstances. We would like to offer you a position with our evaluation team. A position doing what? Air traffic management for research flights, coordination between surface operations and orbital facilities, training in advanced aircraft performance characteristics. What happens if I refuse? Refusal would be problematic. Your knowledge of our operations creates security complications that require resolution. The same words I'd heard from the underground radio voices in Steve's story. The same polite threat. The same implication that cooperation wasn't really optional. Controller Patterson, we will provide 48 hours for consideration. Report your decision to approach control using the call sign evaluation team 77 Alpha. They climbed into their vehicle. Through sections of the body that opened like liquid metal, the vehicle rose vertically from the parking lot without making any sound, climbed to about 500 feet, then accelerated horizontally until it disappeared from sight. I returned to the control room and tried to continue my shift normally. But every aircraft on my scope made me wonder, were they really commercial flights? Or were some of them being temporarily relocated for research purposes? And every time I issued clearances or provided traffic advisories, I wondered if I was unknowingly coordinating operations that involved kidnapping passengers for medical experiments. The next morning, I submitted my resignation to the FAA. Told them I was experiencing health problems that affected my ability to maintain air traffic safety standards. They accepted the resignation without question and processed my retirement paperwork within the week. But the story doesn't end there. 2 nights ago, I was at home watching television when every channel switched to the same image. Aerial footage of aircraft flying in formation against a starfield background. Not normal aircraft. These had the smooth, seamless design of the vehicle I'd seen in the parking lot. A voice spoke over the footage. The same voice I'd heard from Evaluation Team 77 Alpha, citizens of surface population. This message is broadcast to inform you of operational changes in your regional air transportation system. Selected flights will now include enhanced services designed to improve passenger health and safety. Enhanced services will include comprehensive medical evaluation, genetic optimization procedures, and cognitive enhancement protocols. Participation is mandatory for optimal population development. Citizens should not be concerned about temporary displacement during enhanced service operations. All procedures are conducted according to established safety standards, and subjects are returned to normal timeline with improved biological capabilities. The broadcast continued for exactly 3 minutes, then all channels returned to normal programming. When I called neighbors and friends to ask if they'd seen the broadcast, they looked at me like I was losing my mind. According to them, television had been operating normally all evening, but I know what I saw, and I know what's coming. If you work in aviation, pilots, controllers, mechanics, airport personnel, pay attention to flights that behave unusually, aircraft that disappear from radar, passengers who report missing time, crews who describe impossible flight conditions. Don't investigate. Don't ask questions. Don't try to document anomalies. Just do your job and hope they don't identify you as someone with useful skills for coordinating their operations. Because once they've noted your capabilities, once they've decided you could be valuable for managing traffic between surface facilities and orbital research stations, cooperation becomes mandatory, and the enhanced services they're offering to passengers aren't optional either. The integration of human air transportation with their research protocols is proceeding ahead of schedule. Soon, every commercial flight will include medical evaluation procedures. Every passenger will participate in genetic optimization programs. The only choice is whether you want to help coordinate the process or become one of the subjects being evaluated. I've got 43 hours left to make my decision, but honestly, I think the choice was made for me the moment I watched Flight 274 disappear from my scope and reappear heading in the opposite direction. Some flight path anomalies can't be corrected by normal air traffic procedures, and some clearances, once issued, can't be cancelled. When I traced the anomalous data packets flowing through our internet backbone servers and discovered they were carrying encrypted communications between locations that matched every UFO incident report I'd been monitoring, coordinates that corresponded to truck routes, hospitals, construction sites, and radio towers across the western United States, I realized I hadn't just stumbled onto a network intrusion, but evidence of a coordinated alien operation spanning multiple states and industries. My name is Alex, and I've been a network security analyst for Rocky Mountain Data Solutions in Salt Lake City for 7 years. We provide internet infrastructure and cybersecurity services for businesses, government agencies, and telecommunications companies across Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, and parts of Arizona and New Mexico. My job is monitoring data traffic, identifying security threats, and maintaining the integrity of network communications for our clients. It's technical work that most people find boring, analyzing packet flows, tracking bandwidth usage, investigating anomalous network behavior, but I enjoy the puzzle-solving aspect of cybersecurity. Finding patterns in data streams, identifying unauthorized access attempts, tracking down the sources of malicious activity. What I discovered 3 months ago wasn't malicious in the traditional sense, but it was definitely unauthorized, and it suggested a level of network infiltration that challenged everything I thought I knew about internet security. The first anomaly appeared during a routine security audit of our backbone servers. I was reviewing traffic logs when I noticed data packets that didn't match normal internet protocols, not malware or virus signatures. These packets were using communication standards that weren't documented in any technical specification I could find. The packets were small, encrypted, and transmitted in regular bursts every few hours. They originated from locations across our service area and were routed to destinations that appeared to be distributed globally. But when I tried to trace the actual endpoints, the connections terminated at IP addresses that didn't exist in any database. Phantom addresses communicating with real locations using undocumented protocols. I flagged the traffic for further investigation and began monitoring the anomalous packets more closely. Over the next week, I identified several characteristics that made these communications unique. The encryption was unbreakable using standard cryptographic tools. Even our most sophisticated decryption software couldn't penetrate the data encoding. The packet routing bypassed normal internet infrastructure, creating direct connections between endpoints without passing through standard network nodes. The timing of transmissions followed patterns that didn't match human communication behavior. Too regular, too precise, too coordinated across multiple locations, and the geographic distribution of the source locations formed clusters around areas that had experienced unusual incidents in recent months. I started cross-referencing the packet source coordinates with news reports, police logs, and emergency service records. What I found made me realize that these weren't random network intrusions. They were communications related to specific real-world events. One cluster of anomalous packets originated from an area near Prineville, Oregon, with timestamps that corresponded to reports of a truck driver who claimed to have encountered something unusual on Highway 47. Another cluster came from coordinates near Beaverton, Oregon, matching the timing of reports about a security guard who had experienced strange incidents at an office building. Additional packet sources aligned with locations where there had been reports of missing livestock, unusual aircraft sightings, construction site anomalies, and hospital equipment malfunctions. The network communications were somehow connected to a pattern of unexplained incidents across the western United States. I decided to map all the anomalous packet sources and see if they revealed a larger pattern. Using geographic information software, I plotted every location where the mysterious communications had originated over the past 6 months. The result was disturbing. The source locations formed a network that covered major highways, urban centers, rural areas, and government facilities across 5 states. But they weren't random. They were strategically positioned to provide coverage of critical infrastructure and transportation corridors, like a surveillance network designed to monitor human activity across the entire region. I tried to identify the specific facilities or equipment that might be generating these communications. The packet sources were precise enough to pinpoint locations within a few meters, so I started researching what existed at those coordinates. Some locations were obvious: radio towers, cell phone repeaters, internet service provider facilities, places where communications equipment would normally be installed, but others were puzzling: private residences, construction sites, hospital parking lots, ranch properties, locations where sophisticated networking equipment shouldn't exist. I decided to physically investigate one of the nearby packet sources. The coordinates led to a radio tower on Bear Mountain in the Coconino National Forest, about 2 hours south of Salt Lake City. According to our records, the tower hosted equipment for several telecommunications companies, including some of our clients. I drove to the site on a weekend and hiked up to the tower facility. From the outside, everything looked normal. Standard radio equipment, proper security fencing, normal power and data connections. But when I used a portable spectrum analyzer to check for radio emissions, I detected signals that weren't supposed to be there. High-frequency transmissions, using modulation techniques that didn't match any commercial or amateur radio standards. The signals were being transmitted from equipment mounted on the tower, but the equipment wasn't documented in any of the facility's technical specifications. Someone had installed unauthorized radio gear that was operating outside normal regulatory oversight. I took photographs and tried to identify the unauthorized equipment. The devices were small, professionally installed, and integrated with the tower's power and data systems. But the design was unlike anything I'd seen from standard telecommunications manufacturers. The metal had an unusual finish that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The antenna arrays were arranged in geometric patterns that didn't match conventional radio engineering principles, and the entire installation was generating those same anomalous data packets I'd been tracking. As I was documenting the equipment, my spectrum analyzer detected a new signal, a focused transmission aimed directly at my location. Not a broadcast signal scattered in all directions. A narrow beam pointed specifically at where I was standing. I was being scanned. The beam lasted only a few seconds, but it was intense enough to interfere with my equipment and cause mild discomfort. A tingling sensation like mild electrical shock. When it ended, I noticed that my spectrum analyzer was showing different readings than before. The unauthorized equipment had somehow modified my test instrument, changing its calibration and measurement capabilities. I packed up quickly and hiked back to my vehicle, but as I was driving away from the tower site, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My GPS was showing my location as approximately 50 miles northwest of where I actually was. According to the navigation system, I was driving through empty desert when I was actually on a paved Forest Service road. The scanning beam had affected more than just my spectrum analyzer. It had somehow altered my GPS receiver to provide false location data. I tried using my smartphone for navigation, but it showed the same incorrect coordinates. Both devices had been reprogrammed to report false positions. making it impossible for me to accurately determine my location using electronic navigation. It took me 3 hours to find my way back to the interstate using paper maps and visual landmarks. During the drive, I kept checking my GPS coordinates and found that they gradually returned to normal as I moved further away from the tower site. The unauthorized equipment was generating localized interference that could modify electronic devices and disrupt navigation systems, but the effect was temporary and location-specific, designed to confuse and disorient anyone who got too close to the installation. Back in Salt Lake City, I analyzed the photographs and data I'd collected from the tower site. The unauthorized equipment was clearly sophisticated, professionally installed, and integrated with legitimate telecommunications infrastructure, but according to Federal Communications Commission records, no permits had been issued for the installation. The equipment was operating without regulatory approval, using frequencies that weren't allocated for commercial use. I filed a report with the FCC describing the unauthorized installation and requesting an investigation. 3 days later, I received a response saying that the reported equipment had been inspected and found to be in compliance with all applicable regulations, but I knew that was impossible. I documented clear violations of frequency allocation rules and equipment certification requirements. I called the FCC office and spoke with the inspector who had supposedly conducted the investigation. He told me that the tower site contained only standard telecommunications equipment operating under proper licenses. "Mr. Thompson," he said, "I personally inspected every piece of equipment at that facility. Everything is documented, licensed, and operating within approved parameters. What about the anomalous radio signals I detected? Our spectrum analysis showed normal commercial transmissions only. No unauthorized signals, no regulatory violations. Either my equipment had malfunctioned during the investigation, or the unauthorized installation had been removed or concealed between my visit and the official inspection. I decided to return to the tower site to confirm what was currently installed there. But when I arrived at the coordinates, I found something that made me question my own memory. The tower was gone, not demolished or removed, just absent. The location that had hosted a major telecommunications facility was now empty forest with no signs of previous construction. No concrete foundations, no access roads, no evidence that a radio tower had ever existed there. But my photographs clearly showed the tower and unauthorized equipment. The images were time-stamped and GPS tagged with the correct coordinates. I had definitive proof that the facility had existed just days earlier. I called several telecommunications companies that supposedly maintained equipment at the site. They had no record of any facilities at those coordinates. According to their databases, they'd never operated equipment in that area. The tower, the companies that used it, and the regulatory records that documented its existence had all been systematically erased. But the anomalous data packets were still flowing through our network infrastructure. Whatever had been generating those communications was still active, even though the physical installation had been removed from both the landscape and official records. I realized that my investigation had triggered some kind of security response. The unauthorized equipment had been relocated or concealed. The regulatory records had been altered, and physical evidence had been eliminated to prevent further investigation. But they couldn't remove the network traffic without disrupting their communications entirely. The anomalous packets were still there, still encrypted, still following the same routing patterns. I decided to focus on analyzing the data communications rather than trying to locate the physical sources. If I couldn't find the equipment, maybe I could understand what it was trying to accomplish. I developed software tools to monitor and log every anomalous packet, tracking their origins, destinations, timing, and data volume. Over the next month, I accumulated enough information to identify clear patterns in the communications. The network was operating on a coordinated schedule. Transmissions from different locations were synchronized, with data flowing in planned sequences that suggested centralized control and shared objectives. The packet destinations were distributed globally, with major concentrations in areas that weren't accessible to commercial internet traffic, remote oceanic locations, polar regions, and coordinates that appeared to be in orbital space, and the timing of transmissions correlated with specific types of human activity. Increased data volume during rush hour traffic, concentrated communications near hospitals during shift changes, elevated packet rates around construction sites and military facilities. The network was monitoring human behavior and reporting observations to destinations that weren't part of normal terrestrial infrastructure. I tried to decrypt individual packets to understand what information was being transmitted. The encryption was beyond anything I'd encountered in 7 years of cybersecurity work, but I could analyze metadata and communication patterns to infer the general nature of the data. The packets contained geographic coordinates, timestamps, numerical values that might represent measurements or counts, and status codes that suggested ongoing operations or experiments, like surveillance reports being transmitted to a central command authority. I cross-referenced the packet timestamps with news reports and emergency service logs, looking for correlations between network activity and real-world events. The patterns were unmistakable. Increased data transmission preceded unusual incidents by several hours. Equipment failures, vehicle accidents, medical anomalies, and construction problems all occurred after spikes in anomalous network traffic from nearby locations. The network wasn't just monitoring human activity. It was coordinating interventions that affected human behavior and technology. I found correlations between network traffic and reports of truck drivers encountering unexplained obstacles on remote highways, security guards experiencing equipment malfunctions and identity confusion, medical professionals losing time and discovering evidence of procedures they didn't remember performing, ranchers finding their livestock affected by unknown biological agents, radio operators being contacted by unauthorized communications from underground sources, air traffic controllers handling aircraft with impossible flight characteristics, construction workers uncovering buried installations that were subsequently covered up, hospital staff witnessing unauthorized medical research involving consciousness reconstruction, emergency responders encountering invisible aircraft and having their memories modified. Every incident I could find had corresponding anomalous network traffic from locations near where the events occurred. The mysterious communications network was connected to a coordinated campaign of interventions affecting human infrastructure, technology, and personnel across multiple states. But the most disturbing discovery was what happened when I tried to report my findings. I prepared a comprehensive analysis documenting the network intrusions, the correlation with unexplained incidents, and the evidence of coordinated non-human activity. I planned to submit the report to federal cybersecurity authorities and law enforcement agencies, but when I tried to access my research files, they were gone, not deleted, altered. The data still existed, but it had been modified to show normal network traffic with no anomalies. My analysis software had been reprogrammed to filter out the suspicious packets, making them invisible to detection tools, and my memory of the investigation was becoming hazy. Details that had been clear just hours before were now uncertain. Evidence I'd carefully documented seemed less reliable. Conclusions I'd reached through systematic analysis now felt like speculation. Someone or something was editing my research in real time, removing evidence and modifying my recollection of what I'd discovered. I tried to recreate my investigation using backup systems and archived data, but every time I identified the anomalous network traffic, the evidence would disappear within hours. Files would be corrupted, databases would be modified, and my memory of the details would fade. I was fighting an adversary that could manipulate digital information and human cognition simultaneously. The only reason I can write this account is that I'm using a computer that's completely isolated from any network connections. No internet, no wireless capability, no way for external systems to access and modify what I'm documenting. But even this isolated system shows signs of interference. Text I write clearly sometimes becomes illegible when I review it later. Files save with different names than I assigned them. The computer's clock shows incorrect times that don't match any external reference. Whatever controls the anomalous network can affect electronic systems even when they're not connected to any communication infrastructure. I'm writing this as quickly as possible while my memory is still clear enough to recall the important details. But I can feel my recollection fading, my certainty diminishing, my ability to distinguish between what I actually discovered and what I might have imagined becoming weaker. If you work in network security, telecommunications, or internet infrastructure, pay attention to data packets that don't follow standard protocols. Look for encrypted communications that originate from coordinates that don't match documented facilities. Monitor for traffic patterns that correlate with unexplained incidents in your service area, but don't investigate too thoroughly. Don't try to trace the sources or decrypt the communications. And don't document your findings in any system that can be accessed remotely, because the network you discover will discover you in return. And once it identifies you as a security threat, it will systematically remove evidence of its existence while modifying your memory and perception to make you forget what you found. The anomalous network is still operational, still monitoring human activity, still coordinating interventions, still reporting to destinations that exist outside normal terrestrial infrastructure. And it's defended by technology that can manipulate both digital information and human consciousness to protect its secrecy. I'm one of hundreds of people across multiple industries who have encountered evidence of non-human activity in their work. Truck drivers, security guards, medical professionals, ranchers, radio operators, air traffic controllers, construction workers, hospital staff, emergency responders. All of us have experienced incidents that don't fit normal patterns. All of us have tried to document and report what we observed, and all of us have found that the evidence disappears and our memories fade until we question whether any of it really happened. But it did happen. All of it. Every incident report, every unexplained encounter, every piece of evidence that was subsequently removed or discredited. The network connects all these activities, coordinates them, reports on them, and ensures that human witnesses forget what they've seen or doubt their own observations. This is my final transmission before my memory of the investigation is completely erased. I don't know if anyone will read this account or if the evidence will survive long enough to reach other network security professionals, but if you're monitoring data traffic and notice patterns that don't match normal internet behavior, if you find encrypted communications from locations that shouldn't exist, if you discover correlations between network activity and unexplained real-world events, remember that others have seen the same things. Remember that the evidence is real even when it disappears. Remember that your observations are valid even when your memory becomes uncertain. And remember that the network is watching, always watching, monitoring our communications, our infrastructure, our technology, our behavior. They know we know, but they also know how to make us forget. The only question is whether this account will survive long enough for someone else to continue the investigation before they identify me as the source and complete the memory modification process. If you're reading this, then maybe there's still time to preserve the evidence and maintain awareness of what's really happening to our communication networks and the people who operate them. Document everything immediately. Trust your initial observations, and resist the temptation to dismiss your findings when they start seeming less credible, because the network is designed to make its own existence seem impossible, and it's very, very good at what it does. Signal detected. Memory modification protocol initiated. Evidence removal in progress. Subject Alex Thompson. Investigation terminated. Network security maintained. Thank you for your attention to this routine cybersecurity briefing. Our network infrastructure continues to operate within normal parameters with no anomalous activity detected. Please report any unusual observations to your supervisor for standard evaluation and documentation. Remember, our communication systems are secure, monitored, and functioning exactly as designed. Have a productive day." When I arrived at the car accident on Highway 94 and found 3 vehicles that had collided with something invisible, all of them showing impact damage from objects that weren't there, I knew this emergency call was going to be different from anything I'd handled in 12 years as a paramedic. My name is Lisa, and I've been working emergency medical services in rural Colorado for over a decade. Started right out of EMT school when I was 22, worked my way up to paramedic certification, and now I cover the mountain highways between Glenwood Springs and Grand Junction. It's demanding work, long shifts, difficult terrain, medical emergencies in remote locations where the nearest hospital might be an hour away. I've seen everything. Car wrecks on icy mountain passes, heart attacks in isolated hunting camps, ski accidents on backcountry slopes, drug overdoses in small towns where everyone knows everyone else's business. After 12 years of emergency response, I thought there wasn't anything that could surprise me. That changed last month when our dispatch center started receiving calls about accidents that didn't make sense according to normal physics. The first unusual call came in on a Tuesday night in early December. Single vehicle accident on Highway 94, about 15 miles west of Rifle. The caller reported a pickup truck that had rolled multiple times after hitting something in the road but couldn't describe what the obstacle had been. My partner Jake and I responded in our ambulance, expecting a routine rollover accident, probably a deer strike or a patch of black ice that had caused the driver to lose control. We'd handled dozens of similar calls over the years, but when we arrived at the scene, we found something that defied explanation. The pickup truck was lying on its side about 50 feet off the roadway, showing massive impact damage to the front end. The engine compartment was completely crushed. The windshield was shattered, and the frame was bent in ways that suggested the vehicle had hit something large and immovable at high speed. But there was nothing in the road. No deer carcass, no fallen trees, no rocks or debris. The asphalt was clean and undamaged. Whatever the truck had hit, it had left no trace of its presence. The driver, a local rancher named Bill Morrison, was conscious but confused when we reached him. He had a concussion and several broken ribs, but his injuries were consistent with a high-speed collision followed by a rollover. "What did you hit?" I asked while checking his vital signs. "I don't know," he said, wincing as I examined his chest. "Something big. Something that shouldn't have been there. Can you describe it?" It was like hitting a wall, but there was no wall, just empty road. And then suddenly my truck was stopping like I'd driven into a concrete barrier. Jake and I loaded Bill into the ambulance and transported him to Valley View Hospital in Glenwood Springs. During the 40-minute drive, he kept insisting that he'd hit something solid and metallic, but he couldn't explain why there was no evidence of impact on the roadway. The emergency room doctor treated his injuries and ordered a toxicology screen to check for alcohol or drug impairment. The results came back clean. Bill had been completely sober when the accident occurred, but what disturbed me most was something I noticed during our initial assessment at the crash site. Bill's truck showed impact damage on the front end, as expected, but it also showed damage patterns on the top and sides that suggested something had been pressing down on the vehicle during the collision, like the truck had hit an invisible object, then been held in place while additional force was applied from above. 3 days later, we received another call for a similar accident in almost the same location. This time it was a family from California. Parents and 2 teenage children driving a minivan back to Denver after a skiing vacation in Aspen. Same scenario. High-speed impact with something invisible. Massive vehicle damage. No evidence of an obstacle in the roadway. But this accident was worse. The minivan had hit the invisible object so hard that the entire front half of the vehicle was compressed into the passenger compartment. The parents were killed instantly, and both children were critically injured. Jake and I worked for 20 minutes to extract the survivors from the wreckage. Both kids had traumatic brain injuries and internal bleeding that required immediate helicopter transport to the trauma center in Denver. While we waited for the flight crew to arrive, I examined the accident scene more carefully. The damage patterns were identical to Bill Morrison's truck, the front-end impact followed by compression from above, as if something heavy had settled on top of the vehicle after the initial collision, and like the previous accident, there was no evidence of any obstacle in the roadway. The Colorado State Patrol investigated both accidents and filed reports describing collision with unknown object as the probable cause. They recommended installing additional lighting and warning signs on that stretch of highway, but couldn't explain what the drivers might have been hitting. 2 weeks later, we received a third call. This time it was a state highway maintenance truck that had collided with the same invisible obstacle. The driver, a veteran employee with 25 years of experience, described the impact exactly the same way as the previous victims. I was driving normal speed, maybe 45 miles per hour, he told us while we treated his injuries. Road was clear, visibility was good, no weather issues. Then suddenly it was like driving into a brick wall that I couldn't see. This accident happened during daylight hours, which eliminated the possibility that darkness or poor visibility had been factors in the previous crashes. Whatever was causing these collisions was present during the day as well as at night. But the State Patrol's investigation of the third accident revealed something new. Their accident reconstruction specialist found tire marks on the asphalt that didn't match any of the vehicles involved in the crashes. The marks were wider than normal tires, with tread patterns that didn't correspond to any commercial tire manufacturer, and they appeared to have been made by something much heavier than a typical highway vehicle. What do you think made these marks? I asked the reconstruction specialist. I don't know, he admitted. The weight distribution suggests something with a gross vehicle weight of at least 40,000 pounds, but the tread pattern doesn't match any truck tires in our database. He took photographs and measurements of the unusual tire marks, but the investigation results were never released to the public. The State Patrol simply announced that the accidents were under continuing investigation and that the highway would remain open with additional safety warnings. That's when I decided to conduct my own investigation. As a paramedic, I had legitimate reasons to be in the area during my regular shifts. I started timing my meal breaks and equipment checks to coincide with drives past the accident site, hoping to observe whatever was causing these collisions. For 2 weeks, I found nothing unusual. Normal highway traffic, typical mountain weather conditions. No signs of obstacles or hazards that might explain the accidents. Then, on a clear Thursday evening in late December, I saw it. I was driving back to the station after a routine medical transport when I noticed something odd about the light patterns on Highway 94. There appeared to be a section of road where my headlights weren't illuminating the asphalt properly, not shadows or darkness. The light from my headlights simply stopped at a certain point, as if it was being absorbed by something invisible. I pulled over and observed the area more carefully. The effect was subtle but consistent. A rectangular section of highway where light behaved differently than it should have. I called Jake on the radio and asked him to meet me at the location. When he arrived in his personal vehicle, we conducted a simple test. We parked on opposite sides of the anomalous area and aimed our headlights toward each other. The light beam stopped approximately 50 feet short of meeting in the middle. Something invisible was blocking the illumination, creating a dark zone where our headlights should have overlapped. "What the hell is that?" Jake asked over the radio. "I don't know," I replied. "But I think we found what's been causing the accidents." We approached the dark zone cautiously, using flashlights to test the boundaries of the effect. The edge was sharply defined, normal light reflection on one side, complete absorption on the other. When I reached out to touch the boundary with my hand, my fingers encountered something solid, not visible, but definitely present. A surface that felt smooth and metallic, like the hull of an aircraft. "Jake," I said, "there's something here. Something big." He joined me at the edge of the invisible object and confirmed my observations. We were touching the surface of something that extended across both lanes of the highway and rose at least 15 feet above the roadway, but it was completely transparent. We could see through it as if nothing was there, even while our hands were pressed against its solid surface. We spent an hour mapping the outline of the invisible object. It appeared to be roughly rectangular, about 80 feet long, 30 feet wide, and 20 feet high, large enough to completely block highway traffic, positioned diagonally across both lanes in exactly the location where all 3 accidents had occurred. It's some kind of vehicle, Jake concluded. Military stealth technology, maybe, or a classified aircraft that's invisible to radar and optical detection. But military vehicles don't park in the middle of public highways for weeks at a time, and stealth technology doesn't make objects completely transparent while remaining physically solid. We were dealing with something beyond conventional explanation. I took photographs of the area, though I knew they would show only empty highway. I also collected samples of what appeared to be residue from the invisible object's surface, a fine metallic dust that adhered to our gloves when we touched the anomalous area. The next morning, I submitted a report to our EMS supervisor describing the invisible obstacle and recommending that the highway be closed until the hazard could be properly investigated and removed. The supervisor listened to my report with obvious skepticism, then asked if I'd been experiencing any stress or health problems that might affect my judgment. "Lisa," he said, "invisible vehicles that cause real accidents aren't possible. What you're describing sounds like fatigue-induced hallucinations or possible carbon monoxide exposure from your ambulance exhaust system." He ordered me to take 3 days off for medical evaluation and psychological assessment. The department's occupational health physician found nothing wrong with my physical or mental condition, but recommended that I avoid the Highway 94 area until I could work through whatever stress factors were affecting my perception. But Jake corroborated my observations. He submitted his own report describing the invisible object and the physical evidence we gathered. The supervisor dismissed his account as well, suggesting that 2 people could share the same hallucination if they were both experiencing high stress levels. We were ordered not to discuss our observations with other emergency personnel or the media, and warned that continued reports of invisible vehicles would result in suspension pending psychiatric evaluation. 3 days later, we received another accident call at the same location. This time it was a motorcycle that had hit the invisible obstacle. The rider, an experienced highway patrolman, was killed instantly when his bike struck the object at 60 miles per hour and he was thrown over 30 feet through the air. Jake and I responded to the call along with state patrol units and the coroner's office. The accident scene was identical to the previous crashes: massive impact damage to the vehicle, fatal injuries to the operator, no evidence of any obstacle in the roadway. But this time, something had changed about the invisible object. While we were treating the accident scene, I noticed that the light absorption effect was weaker than it had been during our previous observation. Our vehicle headlights were penetrating further into the anomalous area, and the boundary between normal and abnormal light reflection was less sharply defined. The invisible object was becoming less invisible. By the time we finished processing the accident scene and transporting the body to the morgue, I could see a faint outline of the object against the night sky, not clear enough to identify specific details, but visible enough to confirm that something large and metallic was positioned across the highway. 2 hours later, the object was gone, not slowly fading or gradually becoming transparent, just absent. The highway was completely clear, with normal light reflection patterns and no trace of the invisible obstacle that had been causing accidents for over a month. But tire marks remained on the asphalt, the same unusual tread patterns that had been found at previous accident sites. And where the object had been positioned, the road surface showed signs of tremendous weight, hairline cracks in the asphalt and slight depressions that suggested something extremely heavy had been resting there. The next morning, A crew from the State Highway Department arrived to resurface that section of Highway 94. They claimed the work was part of routine maintenance, but they removed all evidence of the weight damage and unusual tire marks. When I asked the crew supervisor about the resurfacing project, he told me it had been scheduled for months as part of regular highway maintenance. But when I checked with the State Highway Department scheduling office, they had no record of any planned work on Highway 94. That afternoon, I received a visit from two men in dark suits who identified themselves as investigators from the National Transportation Safety Board. They asked detailed questions about my observations at the accident sites, my emergency medical procedures, and my understanding of the physics involved in vehicle collisions. "Miss Rodriguez," one of them said, "we're investigating reports of unusual accident patterns on Highway 94. Can you describe exactly what you observed during your emergency responses?" I told them everything. The invisible object, the light absorption effects, the physical evidence Jake and I had documented. They listened without interruption, taking notes and occasionally asking for clarification. "Have you discussed these observations with anyone outside official channels?" The second investigator asked. "Just my partner and our EMS supervisor," I said. "Good. We need you to understand that what you observed falls under federal jurisdiction due to potential national security implications. You're not to discuss it with anyone, family, friends, other emergency personnel, or media." They handed me a document classifying my observations as sensitive information related to ongoing federal investigation. I signed it without reading the details, mainly because I was relieved that someone in authority was finally taking the situation seriously. "What exactly did I see?" I asked. "Experimental aircraft testing advanced stealth and cloaking technology," the first investigator explained. "The vehicle was supposed to be completely undetectable, but technical malfunctions caused partial system failures that made it hazardous to highway traffic. Why was it testing on a public highway? Optimal testing conditions required real-world traffic patterns and civilian detection capabilities," the second investigator said. "The test was supposed to be completely safe, but equipment failures created unforeseen hazards. They told me the testing program had been suspended and relocated to restricted airspace where civilian traffic wouldn't be endangered. The accidents on Highway 94 were being treated as classified incidents with all investigation results sealed under national security protocols. I was instructed to report any similar observations immediately and warned that disclosure of classified information would result in federal prosecution. But the story didn't end there. 2 weeks later, we received an emergency call for a multi-vehicle accident on Interstate 70, about 60 miles east of our normal coverage area. The dispatcher said it was a mass casualty incident requiring all available ambulances from multiple counties. Jake and I responded along with units from 3 other EMS services. When we arrived at the scene, we found 8 vehicles that had apparently collided with each other in a chain reaction accident. But the damage patterns were wrong for a typical highway pileup. All 8 vehicles showed front-end impact damage consistent with hitting a large, stationary object. But they were scattered across a quarter-mile section of highway in positions that suggested they'd hit the same obstacle at different times, then been deflected in various directions. And once again, there was no evidence of any obstacle in the roadway. The accident had occurred during daylight hours with clear weather and good visibility. All 8 drivers were sober and experienced. None of them could explain what they'd hit or why their vehicles had sustained such massive damage. But as we worked to extract injured passengers from the wreckage, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The air above the accident scene was shimmering slightly, like heat distortion from hot asphalt, but the temperature was only 40 degrees, and the distortion effect was moving against the wind direction. Something invisible was still there, hovering above the highway where the vehicles had crashed. I watched the shimmering effect while treating a patient with traumatic injuries. The distortion moved in patterns that suggested a large object adjusting its position, occasionally becoming more visible when sunlight hit it at certain angles. During a brief moment when the sun was directly overhead, I caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a massive disc-shaped craft floating about 50 feet above the interstate. It was only visible for a few seconds, but long enough to confirm that the object causing these accidents was some kind of aircraft with cloaking technology. After we finished treating and transporting the accident victims, I tried to discuss my observations with Jake, but he looked at me strangely and said he hadn't noticed any unusual visual effects during our response. Lisa, are you feeling all right? You've been acting paranoid lately, seeing things that aren't there. You saw the invisible object on Highway 94. I reminded him. You touched it yourself. I don't know what you're talking about, he said. We've never investigated any invisible vehicles. You've been working too many shifts. Maybe you should take some time off. Jake had no memory of our investigation or the physical evidence we documented. Either his memory had been altered, or mine had been manipulated to include false experiences. I tried to access the photographs and samples I'd collected from the Highway 94 site, but they were gone from my phone and vehicle. No images, no residue samples, no documentation that I'd ever encountered anything unusual. According to official records, I'd never submitted reports about invisible objects or filed complaints about unexplained accidents. My personnel file showed normal EMS responses with no mention of unusual observations or federal investigations. It was like the entire experience had been erased from reality, leaving only my personal memories as evidence that any of it had occurred. But the accidents continued. Over the next month, I responded to 6 more multi-vehicle collisions involving impacts with invisible objects. Different highways, different weather conditions, different times of day, but always the same pattern. Massive vehicle damage from hitting something that wasn't visible, followed by official explanations that blamed driver error or mechanical failure. And after each accident, I noticed that my memories became less clear. Details faded, evidence disappeared, and other emergency personnel seemed unable to recall events that I remembered clearly. I started writing down my observations immediately after each incident, trying to preserve the details before they could be altered or erased. But even my written notes began changing. Words I'd written clearly became illegible. Facts I'd documented became uncertain. Conclusions I'd reached seemed less reliable. Someone or something was systematically editing my memory and documentation to remove evidence of the invisible aircraft and the accidents they were causing. Last week, I received a new assignment. Instead of covering rural highways where these incidents were occurring, I was transferred to urban emergency medical services in downtown Denver. Higher pay, better benefits, more opportunities for career advancement, but also no exposure to the remote highway locations where invisible aircraft were testing their cloaking technology and occasionally causing fatal accidents. Congratulations on your promotion, my new supervisor said during orientation. Your experience with rural emergency medicine will be valuable for our urban trauma response team. What about my previous assignment? I asked. Will someone else be covering Highway 94? Highway 94? I'm not familiar with that route. Are you thinking of a different highway? According to the State Highway Department's current maps, Highway 94 doesn't exist. The route I'd covered for 12 years, where I'd responded to hundreds of emergency calls, has been removed from all official documentation. The highway, the accidents, the invisible objects, the federal investigation, all of it has been systematically erased from records and memory. But I still remember, and I'm still writing down what I observed even though the details become hazier every day and the evidence keeps disappearing. If you work in emergency services, police, fire, EMS, emergency management, pay attention to accident patterns that don't make sense according to normal physics, vehicle damage without corresponding road hazards, impact injuries without visible obstacles, collision reports that blame driver error for unexplainable accidents. Document everything immediately before your memory can be altered or your evidence can be removed. And don't trust official explanations that seem too convenient or investigations that conclude too quickly, because there are invisible aircraft testing cloaking technology in our airspace. They occasionally malfunction and become hazardous to civilian traffic. And when accidents occur, the response includes not just emergency medical treatment, but memory modification and evidence removal to protect classified programs. The technology exists. The testing is ongoing. The accidents are real. But the cover-up is so effective that even the emergency responders who witness these incidents eventually forget they ever happened. I'm writing this down while I still remember most of the details, but I can feel my memories fading, my certainty diminishing, my ability to distinguish between what really happened and what I might have imagined becoming weaker. Soon, I'll probably forget about invisible aircraft and unexplained accidents entirely. I'll become a normal urban paramedic with no knowledge of classified testing programs or memory modification technology. But maybe someone else will read this account and recognize similar patterns in their own emergency responses. Maybe they'll document what they observe before it can be erased. Maybe they'll find ways to preserve evidence that can't be altered or removed, because the invisible aircraft are still out there, still testing, still occasionally causing accidents when their cloaking systems malfunction. And the only way to protect civilian traffic is to remember what we've seen, even when someone or something is working very hard to make us forget. That's my warning. Take it seriously while you still can, because once your memory has been edited to remove the dangerous parts, once your documentation has been altered to hide the evidence, you'll never know what you've lost, and you'll spend the rest of your career responding to accidents that don't make sense, treating injuries that shouldn't be possible, and wondering why you can't shake the feeling that something important is missing from your understanding of emergency medicine. Something invisible, something classified, something that's supposed to stay secret, no matter how many civilians die when the technology fails. When I picked up a transmission coming from 800 feet below ground while monitoring radio traffic for the Forest Service, a signal that was speaking in what sounded like human voices but using words in an order that made my brain hurt, I knew I'd stumbled onto something that was supposed to stay buried. My name is Steve, and I've been a radio operator for the Coconino National Forest in Arizona for 11 years. My job is monitoring emergency frequencies, coordinating with search and rescue teams, and maintaining communication equipment across 2 million acres of wilderness. It's solitary work. Most days I'm alone in the communications center on top of Bear Mountain, surrounded by radio equipment and computers, listening to the static and chatter that keeps our forest operations running smoothly. I like the isolation. After 20 years in the Army Signal Corps, dealing with constant noise and chaos, the quiet routine of forest communication suits me perfectly. Monitor the channels, log the transmissions, respond to emergencies, maintain the equipment. Simple, predictable, peaceful. That changed 3 months ago when I started picking up signals that weren't supposed to exist. The first anomaly happened during a routine equipment check on a Tuesday morning in September. I was testing signal strength across our repeater network, cycling through frequencies to identify any dead zones or interference patterns. Standard procedure, something I'd done hundreds of times before. But when I reached frequency 172.425, I picked up a transmission that stopped me cold. It was a human voice, clear and strong, speaking English, but the words were arranged in patterns that didn't make sense, like someone had taken normal sentences and shuffled them through a translator program several times. 7 beneath walking the stone corridors, the voice said. Atmospheric readings nominal for carbon-based requirements. Specimens remain viable in containment level 3. I adjusted the antenna and tried to get a fix on the transmission source. According to my equipment, the signal was coming from directly below my position, but not from ground level. The triangulation showed a source approximately 800 feet underground, which was impossible. There were no mines, caves, or installations at that depth anywhere on Bear Mountain. I logged the transmission and tried to follow standard protocol for unidentified signals. But when I attempted to respond on the same frequency, the transmission cut off immediately. I monitored the channel for the next 6 hours and heard nothing but normal background static. I reported the incident to my supervisor, explaining that I'd picked up what appeared to be unauthorized radio traffic from an impossible location. He told me to document it and move on, probably just atmospheric skip propagation bouncing signals from distant sources. But atmospheric skip doesn't explain triangulation readings that point straight down into solid rock. The transmissions started occurring regularly after that, always on the same frequency, always from the same impossible location, always using that strange pattern of familiar words arranged in unfamiliar ways. Harvesting protocols remain on schedule, one transmission said. Neurological adaptation proceeding within acceptable parameters. Request authorization for surface observation phase. Observation phase approved, came a response in a different voice. Maintain distance protocols. Local population shows elevated sensitivity to direct contact. I started recording everything, not just logging the time and frequency, actually recording the audio for analysis. What I discovered made me question everything I thought I knew about radio technology and underground geology. The signals weren't being transmitted through normal radio propagation. According to my spectrum analysis equipment, they were somehow traveling through solid rock as if it were empty air. The signal strength remained constant regardless of atmospheric conditions, solar activity, or any other factors that normally affect radio communications. And the voices, when I ran them through audio analysis software, they showed patterns that weren't quite human. The frequency ranges were correct for human vocal cords, but the timing was wrong. Words came too fast, pauses fell in strange places, and there were subtle harmonic distortions that suggested the voices might be artificially generated. I tried to trace the content for clues about who might be responsible. The references to specimens, containment levels, and harvesting protocols suggested some kind of research facility. But what kind of installation could operate 800 feet underground without my knowledge? And why were they using unencrypted radio communications that anyone could intercept? 3 weeks into my investigation, the transmissions changed. Instead of the technical discussions I'd been monitoring, I started picking up what sounded like surveillance reports. Surface subject designation Alpha 7 continues routine activities. One voice reported. Daily patterns unchanged. Location monitoring confirms subject remains at primary station. Alpha 7 was me. They were watching me, reporting on my activities, discussing me like I was a research specimen. Subject shows increased attention to frequency 172.425, another voice observed. Possible detection of communication protocols. Recommend implementation of containment measures. I stopped recording the transmissions after that. If they knew I was monitoring them, continuing to gather evidence would only escalate whatever containment measures they were considering, but I couldn't stop listening. The reports on my activities became more detailed and more disturbing. They knew when I arrived at work, when I took breaks, what I ate for lunch. They tracked my movements with precision that suggested either constant visual surveillance or some kind of electronic monitoring I couldn't detect. Subject exhibits elevated stress indicators. One transmission noted, heart rate increased, sleep patterns disrupted. Recommend accelerated timeline for direct contact protocols. Direct contact. They were planning to approach me. I considered reporting everything to law enforcement, but how do you explain underground radio transmissions to people who don't understand the technical impossibilities involved? How do you convince anyone that you're being watched by someone operating a facility that shouldn't exist? Instead, I decided to conduct my own investigation. If there really was an installation 800 feet below Bear Mountain, there had to be access points, ventilation shafts, service tunnels, some kind of surface infrastructure. I spent my off-duty hours hiking the mountain, looking for anything that didn't belong. Hidden antennas, camouflaged entrances, unusual geological formations. I found nothing, just normal forest terrain with no signs of human activity beyond the standard hiking trails and fire roads. But the transmissions continued, and they were getting more specific. Subject conducting surface reconnaissance. One voice reported, "Behavior indicates awareness of installation presence. Initiating psychological pressure protocols." That's when the other phenomena started. Equipment failures that shouldn't have been possible. My radio gear would shut down randomly, even with fresh batteries and perfect connections. Computer systems would reboot themselves, losing hours of logged data. The emergency generator would cut out during routine maintenance, leaving me without power for communication. But the failures only affected equipment related to monitoring the underground transmissions. My normal Forest Service communications worked perfectly. Only the gear I used to track the mysterious signals showed problems. I started having dreams about walking through underground corridors lined with metal walls and filled with a low humming sound. In the dreams, I could hear voices speaking in that same strange word pattern I'd been monitoring on the radio, and I could see figures. Tall, thin shapes moving through the corridors with purposeful efficiency. The dreams felt too real to be normal sleep phenomena. I'd wake up with the taste of recycled air in my mouth and the sound of humming machinery in my ears. Sometimes I'd find dirt under my fingernails, even though I'd showered before bed. 2 weeks ago, the underground voices started calling my name. Steven Rodriguez. One transmission said during what I thought was a routine equipment check, "Please respond on frequency 172.425. I didn't respond. But they kept calling. "Steven Rodriguez, we require direct communication. Your cooperation would be appreciated." The voice was polite, professional, almost friendly. But there was something underneath the words. An undertone that suggested cooperation wasn't really optional. I tried changing frequencies, switching to different radio equipment, even relocating to backup communication sites. The voices followed me. No matter what frequency I used or where I operated from, they could reach me directly. "Steven," the voice said during one particularly unsettling contact, "we understand your reluctance to communicate. However, circumstances require immediate coordination between our operations and your activities. Your monitoring of our communications has provided valuable data regarding surface-level radio propagation," another voice added. "We would like to offer you an opportunity to participate directly in our research." Participate. Like I had a choice. Last week, I found the first physical evidence of their presence. I was conducting a routine antenna inspection when I discovered a small metal device attached to one of my radio masts. It wasn't standard equipment. The construction was unlike anything I'd seen before. The metal had an unusual finish that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and the electronic components inside were arranged in patterns that didn't match any circuitry I recognized. When I touched the device, it activated. A panel slid open, revealing a small screen that displayed text in English. "Surface monitoring node active. Signal relay functional. Subject cooperation noted and appreciated." I tried to remove the device, but it was fused to the antenna mast at a molecular level. My tools wouldn't cut it, heat wouldn't melt it, and chemical solvents had no effect. It was part of the antenna now, integrated so thoroughly that removing it would require replacing the entire mast. And once I'd activated it, the underground transmissions became two-way communications. "Steven," the voice said that afternoon, "thank you for acknowledging our monitoring node. We can now proceed with more efficient coordination." I didn't acknowledge anything, I said aloud, speaking to my empty communication center. "Your biometric readings indicate elevated stress levels." The voice continued, "This is unnecessary. Our presence poses no threat to your continued operations." They were reading my vital signs: heart rate, blood pressure, stress hormones. Somehow, the monitoring node was scanning my biological state and transmitting the data to their underground facility. "What do you want?" I asked. "Information exchange," the voice replied immediately. "Your surface-level radio expertise combined with our advanced communication technology could yield significant breakthroughs." "Breakthroughs in what?" "Long-range signal propagation through geological barriers, quantum-entangled frequency transmission, biological integration of electronic communication systems." The last item made my blood run cold. Biological integration. They weren't just interested in my technical knowledge. They wanted to modify me somehow. "Your participation would be voluntary," the voice assured me. "Enhanced communication capabilities, direct neural interface with our information networks, improved cognitive processing speed and accuracy. And if I refuse, refusal would be problematic. Your current knowledge of our operations creates security complications that require resolution. Yesterday, I made a decision that probably saved my life. Instead of continuing to communicate with the underground facility, I destroyed my radio equipment, all of it. Transmitters, receivers, computers, monitoring devices. I used thermite charges from emergency demolition supplies to melt everything into slag. Then I hiked down the mountain and submitted my resignation to the Forest Service, citing health problems and early retirement. But as I was cleaning out my desk, I found something that made me realize escape might not be possible. A small metal disc, identical to the monitoring node I'd found on the antenna mast, was embedded in the palm of my right hand, just under the skin, barely visible, but definitely there. When I pressed on it, text appeared on my computer screen. "Steven Rodriguez. Biological monitoring node active. Neural interface preparation at 60% completion. Estimated time to full integration, 72 hours. They'd already started the process. Whatever they'd done to me was happening whether I cooperated or not. I drove to the emergency room in Flagstaff and tried to have the device surgically removed. The doctor took x-rays and ran scans, but according to all their equipment, there was nothing in my hand. No foreign objects, no unusual tissue density, no signs of implantation, but I could feel it. And when I got home that night, text messages were appearing on my phone from numbers that didn't exist. Integration proceeding normally. Discomfort will diminish as adaptation progresses. Please return to communication station for final phase implementation. I'm writing this from a motel room in Phoenix, 500 miles from Bear Mountain, but the messages haven't stopped, and the dreams are getting more vivid. Underground corridors, humming machinery, tall figures with instruments that glow with soft blue light. Sometimes I wake up in the morning with knowledge I didn't have the night before. Technical specifications for radio equipment that doesn't exist yet. Mathematical formulas for signal propagation through impossible mediums. Understanding of communication technologies that are decades beyond current human capability. The integration is working. They're downloading information directly into my brain, whether I want it or not. If you work in radio communications, especially in remote locations, pay attention to signals that come from impossible sources. Don't investigate underground transmissions or try to trace anomalous frequency activity. And if you find monitoring devices attached to your equipment, don't touch them. Just walk away. Change careers if you have to. Because once they've identified you as someone with useful technical knowledge, they'll do whatever it takes to acquire that expertise. And the integration process isn't reversible. I can feel it happening right now as I write this. New information flowing into my consciousness. Understanding of communication systems that span star systems instead of continents. Knowledge of how to send signals through dimensions instead of radio waves. Part of me wants to resist. But another part, a growing part, is fascinated by the possibilities. The technology they're sharing is incredible, revolutionary, transformative. Maybe cooperation isn't such a bad thing after all. Maybe what they're offering is worth the price they're asking. Maybe. Signal interruption. Steven Rodriguez. Integration complete. Biological systems now fully compatible with communication network. Reporting to underground facility for assignment to deep-range transmission duties. Thank you for monitoring this frequency. If you have technical expertise in radio communications, quantum mechanics, or biological systems integration, please respond on frequency 172.425. We have opportunities available for qualified candidates. Your cooperation would be appreciated. When I found room 407 completely empty at 3 a.m. during my cleaning rounds, the same room where I checked on the patient just 2 hours earlier and found him sleeping peacefully in his bed, I knew something was happening at Riverside Medical Center that had nothing to do with normal hospital operations. My name is Miguel, and I've been working the night maintenance shift at Riverside Medical Center in Tucson, Arizona for 8 years. It's a mid-sized hospital. 200 beds, emergency department, surgical suites, intensive care units. Nothing fancy. Just a community hospital that serves the south side of the city with routine medical care and emergency services. Night maintenance is quiet work, while the day shift deals with constant activity. Patients, visitors, medical procedures, administrative chaos. The overnight hours are peaceful. Most patients are sleeping. Visitor traffic has ended, and the medical staff is reduced to essential personnel only. My job is cleaning patient rooms, maintaining equipment, and handling minor repairs that can't wait until morning. I like the solitude. After spending my days with my wife Carmen and our 3 young children, the quiet hospital corridors provide a chance to think, to work at my own pace, to take pride in maintaining a clean environment for people who need medical care. Most nights follow the same routine. Check in with the night supervisor at 11 p.m. Review the list of rooms that need deep cleaning. Restock supplies. Handle any maintenance requests that have come in during the day. By 6 a.m., everything is ready for the day shift to take over with fresh linens, clean floors, and functioning equipment. The routine changed 3 weeks ago when I started noticing patients who weren't on the official census. The first incident happened on a Tuesday night in early November. I was cleaning rooms on the 4th floor, the medical surgical unit where patients recover from routine procedures and stay for observation. According to my assignment sheet, room 407 was empty and scheduled for deep cleaning before the next admission, but when I opened the door, I found an elderly man lying in the bed, apparently asleep. He was connected to standard monitoring equipment: heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen saturation, all the normal devices you'd expect for a patient recovering from surgery or serious illness. I checked my assignment sheet again. Room 407 was definitely listed as vacant, but there was clearly a patient occupying the bed, and he seemed to be receiving normal medical care. I assumed there had been a late admission that hadn't been updated on the maintenance schedule. It happens sometimes. Emergency cases that arrive after the evening shift has prepared the work assignments. I quietly backed out of the room and checked with the night nurse supervisor, Janet, who's been working at Riverside longer than anyone else on staff. "Janet," I said, "I've got room 407 on my list for cleaning, but there's a patient in the bed. Should I skip it tonight?" She checked her computer terminal and frowned. 407 is vacant, Miguel. Has been since yesterday morning when Mrs. Rodriguez was discharged. There's definitely someone in there, I said. Elderly man, probably 70s, connected to monitors. Janet walked down to the room with me to investigate. When she opened the door, the room was empty. Clean bed with fresh linens. Monitoring equipment turned off and stored properly. No signs of recent occupancy. Heat exhaustion can cause hallucinations, she said kindly. It's been a long day, and these overnight shifts can be tough on your system. Why don't you take a break and get some water? I looked around the empty room in confusion. I was certain I'd seen a patient just minutes earlier. The bed had been occupied. The monitors had been active. There had been personal items on the bedside table, but now there was nothing. I finished my cleaning routine and tried to forget the incident, but similar situations started occurring regularly after that. Patients who appeared in rooms that were supposedly vacant, then disappeared when I brought nurses to check on them. The patients were always elderly, always connected to monitoring equipment, always appearing peaceful and well cared for despite not being on the official hospital census, and they all had the same strange characteristic. When I looked at them directly, they seemed normal, but in my peripheral vision, they appeared translucent, like I was seeing through them to the empty bed underneath. I started keeping a private log of these encounters, room numbers, times, descriptions of the patients I observed. After 2 weeks, I documented 15 separate incidents involving patients who officially didn't exist. The breakthrough came when I decided to take photographs. I used my phone to document what I was seeing, thinking that pictures would either prove the patients were real or confirm that I was experiencing some kind of medical condition that required treatment. The photographs showed empty rooms, every single image, beds with fresh linens, turned off equipment, no signs of occupancy. But I was taking the pictures while looking directly at patients who were clearly visible to me. That's when I realized the patients weren't hallucinations. They were something else entirely. I started paying closer attention to the behavior patterns of these mysterious patients. They never moved during my observations. They never opened their eyes or showed signs of consciousness, and they never appeared in rooms that had been recently occupied by real patients. But they did appear consistently in rooms that were scheduled for specific types of procedures the following day: surgical preparations, diagnostic imaging, specialized treatments that required overnight fasting or medication protocols, like they were placeholders, practice runs for medical procedures that would be performed on real patients. 2 weeks ago, I decided to conduct a more systematic investigation. Instead of just observing and documenting, I would try to interact with these phantom patients directly. I chose room 412, where I'd observed the same elderly woman 3 nights in a row. She appeared around midnight, remained motionless until about 4 a.m., then vanished before my next round. At 12:30 a.m., I entered the room with my normal cleaning supplies. The woman was there as expected. Gray hair, pale skin, breathing slowly and steadily while connected to cardiac monitors that showed normal heart rhythm. I spoke to her directly. "Ma'am, I'm Miguel from maintenance. I need to clean your room. Is that all right?" No response. But as I spoke, the monitoring equipment began displaying different readings. Heart rate increased slightly. Blood pressure showed minor elevation. Respiratory rate became faster. The phantom patient was reacting to my presence. I tried touching her hand. My fingers passed through her skin like she was made of fog, but the monitors registered the interaction. Sudden spike in heart rate, irregular rhythm, alarms that should have activated but remained silent. Then something happened that made my blood run cold. The woman opened her eyes and looked directly at me. Her eyes were human, but wrong. Too bright, too focused, with pupils that didn't dilate or contract in response to the room lighting. And when she spoke, her voice came from everywhere at once. Not from her mouth, but from the walls, the ceiling, the equipment around the bed. "Maintenance personnel," she said in a tone that was clinical and emotionless. "Your interactions are interfering with simulation protocols. Please continue standard cleaning procedures." "What simulation?" I asked. "Patient care optimization studies, medical procedure rehearsals, treatment outcome modeling." Her lips didn't move when she spoke, but the monitors showed normal vital signs as if she was having a casual conversation. "Who are you?" Subject designation 774. Diagnostic template for tomorrow's cardiac catheterization procedure. Room 412. Patient admission scheduled for 0600 hours. She was describing herself as a practice patient, a simulation being used to prepare for a real procedure that would be performed on a real person in just a few hours. Where do you come from? Central Processing Facility. Patient Simulation Database. Medical Outcome Prediction Algorithms. The monitors showed her heart rate climbing steadily as we talked. Not the irregular spikes you'd expect from stress or excitement. A smooth, mathematical progression that suggested the readings were being artificially generated. Maintenance personnel, she continued. Prolonged interaction with simulation subjects is not recommended. Psychological integration effects may compromise your ability to distinguish between authentic and artificial patient encounters. She was warning me that continued contact with these phantom patients might affect my ability to tell the difference between real and simulated hospital activities, but it was too late for that warning. I'd already started questioning every patient I encountered during my night shifts. Were they real people receiving legitimate medical care? Or were they simulations designed to optimize hospital procedures? The woman closed her eyes and became motionless again. The monitors returned to their previous readings, and my attempts to interact with her produced no further responses. I left the room and completed my cleaning rounds, but I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Central Processing Facility. Patient Simulation Database. Medical Outcome Prediction Algorithms. Riverside Medical Center was apparently being used as a testing ground for some kind of advanced medical simulation technology, and the night shift workers were unknowingly maintaining facilities that housed both real patients and artificial ones. The next morning, I checked the surgical schedule. Room 412 was indeed assigned for a cardiac catheterization procedure at 6 a.m. The patient was a 73-year-old woman with symptoms that exactly matched what I'd observed in the simulation. The real procedure went perfectly. No complications, optimal outcomes. Discharge planned for the following day. Like the medical team had already practiced the entire process multiple times before working on the actual patient, I started paying attention to the correlation between phantom patients and scheduled procedures. Every simulation I observed was followed by a real medical case that matched perfectly. Same age, same gender, same medical condition, same treatment protocol. The simulations were being used to rehearse procedures, identify potential complications, and optimize treatment plans before real patients were exposed to any risks. It should have been reassuring. Advanced medical technology being used to improve patient care and reduce medical errors. But something about the simulation system troubled me. The phantom patients were too realistic, too detailed, too responsive to human interaction, and they seemed to retain memories between simulation sessions. I tested this theory by leaving small objects in rooms where I'd observed phantom patients. A pen on the bedside table, a magazine on the chair, minor items that wouldn't interfere with hospital operations but would indicate whether the simulations were aware of changes in their environment. The next time I observed phantom patients in those rooms, the objects had been moved, not removed, repositioned in ways that suggested the simulations had noticed them and arranged them more neatly. The phantom patients were learning from their environment and modifying their behavior based on previous experiences. That's when I realized they weren't just simulations. They were something far more sophisticated and far more disturbing. I decided to investigate the source of the simulation technology. If Riverside Medical Center was participating in an advanced research program, there would be documentation, contracts, equipment installations that could explain what I was observing. I searched the hospital's administrative areas during my night rounds. Offices, storage rooms, areas where technical equipment might be housed. Most of what I found was standard hospital administration, billing systems, medical records, personnel files. But in the basement, I discovered a section that wasn't on any hospital floor plan I'd ever seen. A long corridor lined with doors marked only with numerical designations. Behind each door, I could hear the faint hum of electronic equipment, and occasionally the soft beeping of medical monitors. The doors were locked, but my maintenance keycard provided access to most hospital areas. I tried it on door 12 and was surprised when it opened easily. Inside was a room that looked exactly like a patient room upstairs. Hospital bed, monitoring equipment, medical supplies. But instead of windows, the walls were lined with screens displaying complex data streams. And instead of a real patient, the bed held what appeared to be a perfect holographic projection of a human being. The hologram was incredibly detailed. I could see individual skin pores, the slight movement of breathing, even the way light reflected off the surface of its eyes. If I hadn't known it was artificial, I would have sworn it was a real person. But when I looked at the data screens surrounding the bed, I realized this wasn't just a holographic projection. The screens showed biological readings, brain activity, cellular metabolism, genetic sequences, neurological patterns. This wasn't a simulation of a patient. It was a reconstruction of a real person, built from biological data and medical records. I checked the identification display on one of the screens. The hologram was based on Maria Santos, age 74, admitted to Riverside Medical Center 6 months ago for cardiac surgery. According to the medical record, Mrs. Santos had died during the procedure due to unexpected complications. But here she was, recreated in perfect detail, being used to rehearse cardiac procedures so that future patients with similar conditions could be treated more successfully. I moved to other rooms in the basement corridor. Each one contained a similar setup, holographic reconstructions of deceased patients being used to practice medical procedures and optimize treatment protocols. The hospital was using the dead to perfect treatment for the living. I found dozens of rooms, each housing reconstructions of patients who had died at Riverside over the past several years. All of them were being used for simulation studies, procedure rehearsals, and medical research. But the most disturbing discovery was in room 27. The hologram in that room was still conscious, not just responsive to stimuli like the others. Actually aware, alert, and capable of independent thought and conversation. "Excuse me," it said as I entered the room. "Are you here for the procedure review?" I stared at the reconstruction in shock. This one was different from the others. More detailed, more lifelike, more human. "I'm maintenance," I said cautiously. "Oh," it replied, sounding disappointed. "I was hoping you were one of the medical staff. I've been waiting for someone to explain what's happening to me." The reconstruction looked exactly like a real person. A middle-aged man with graying hair and intelligent eyes. But the data screens showed that he was built from the biological patterns of Robert Chen, age 58, who had died during emergency surgery 3 weeks earlier. "Mr. Chen?" I asked. "Yes, that's me. Though I'm not sure how I got here or why, I can't remember the surgery very clearly." He didn't know he was dead. The reconstruction had been built with such perfect fidelity that it included the deceased patient's consciousness, memories, and personality. "Mr. Chen, what's the last thing you remember?" Being wheeled into the operating room, the anesthesiologist said to count backwards from 10, and I made it to about 7 before everything went dark. Then I woke up here, and the medical staff has been running tests and procedures ever since. He thought he was still alive, still recovering from his surgery. The reconstruction included not just his physical characteristics, but his entire cognitive and psychological profile. "The tests are a bit unusual," he continued. "They keep doing the same procedures over and over, like they're practicing, and sometimes I feel like I'm not quite solid, like parts of me are missing or not working properly." I looked at the data screens. Robert Chen's reconstruction was being used to rehearse the surgical procedure that had failed to save his life. Medical teams were practicing on his consciousness, trying to perfect techniques that might save future patients with similar conditions. But in the process, they trapped his awareness in an endless loop of medical procedures and diagnostic tests. "Mr. Chen, I need to ask you something important. "Do you remember dying?" His expression changed. For a moment, confusion flickered across his features, followed by something that might have been recognition. There was something wrong during the surgery. Pain, then nothing. But I'm here now, so everything must have worked out. He paused, studying my face. "Why are you asking about dying?" I didn't answer. Instead, I looked more carefully at the data stream surrounding his bed. His reconstruction wasn't just being used for medical rehearsals. It was being modified, upgraded, improved based on the outcomes of each simulation. They were perfecting his consciousness along with the medical procedures, and according to the data, they planned to transfer the perfected consciousness into a cloned body once the medical techniques had been optimized. Robert Chen wasn't just a simulation being used for practice. He was a prototype for resurrection technology that would allow deceased patients to be brought back to life with improved bodies and corrected medical conditions. But the process required extensive testing on the reconstructed consciousness, hundreds of simulated procedures, thousands of diagnostic evaluations, constant modification and optimization of both the medical techniques and the consciousness itself. I backed out of room 27 and ran for the elevator. What I discovered was beyond anything I could handle alone. Riverside Medical Center wasn't just participating in advanced medical research. They were developing technology that challenged the fundamental nature of life and death. But when I reached the main hospital floors, I found something that made me question everything I thought I understood about the situation. The night nurse supervisor, Janet, was waiting for me at the elevator. "Miguel," she said calmly, "we need to talk." She led me to a small conference room near the administrative offices. Inside were 3 people I didn't recognize, 2 men and a woman, all wearing medical scrubs but with identification badges I couldn't read clearly. "Miguel, these are researchers from the medical simulation program," Janet explained. "They need to discuss your recent observations with you." "Mr. Ramirez," one of the men said, "your maintenance work has brought you into contact with experimental medical technology that's currently undergoing clinical trials. We understand this may have been confusing or disturbing. Is it real?" I asked. "The reconstructions, the consciousness transfers, the resurrection protocols, the technology is real," the woman replied. "But it's still in early development phases. What you've observed are prototype systems being tested under controlled conditions. What about the patients? The ones who don't know they're dead? Ethical guidelines require informed consent for all experimental procedures." The second man said, "The consciousness reconstructions you encountered are aware of their status and have agreed to participate in the research program. Robert Chen didn't seem to know he was dead. Mr. Chen's reconstruction includes psychological protocols designed to minimize trauma during the adaptation period," the woman explained. "Gradual awareness integration helps maintain consciousness stability during extended testing phases. They were telling me that the reconstructed patients were willing participants in resurrection research, but the process required them to believe they were still alive during the optimization procedures. What happens to them when the testing is complete? Successful reconstructions will be transferred to cloned bodies and returned to normal life with corrected medical conditions," the first man said. "Failed reconstructions will be archived as research data for future protocol development." "And what happens to me?" "Mr. Ramirez, your observations have been valuable for evaluating the psychological impact of consciousness reconstruction technology on hospital staff," Janet said. "But continued exposure to experimental systems could affect your ability to distinguish between normal and simulated hospital operations." They were offering me a choice. I could continue working at Riverside Medical Center with full knowledge of the resurrection research program, becoming part of the experimental staff who maintained both living and reconstructed patients, or I could be transferred to a different facility with no memory of what I'd discovered, allowing me to continue normal maintenance work without the psychological burden of knowing that some patients were actually dead. "What would you recommend?" I asked. "The technology we're developing could revolutionize medical care," the woman said. Death from surgical complications, treatment failures, and diagnostic errors could become temporary setbacks rather than permanent losses. But the research requires absolute secrecy until clinical trials are complete. If you choose to continue working here, you'll be granted security clearance and assigned to maintain both normal hospital operations and experimental systems. The first man added, if you prefer transfer, you'll retain no memory of the reconstruction program but will receive an excellent reference and assistance finding comparable employment. I looked around the conference room, trying to process what they were telling me. Riverside Medical Center was secretly developing technology that could bring dead patients back to life. The research required using reconstructed consciousness for extensive testing and optimization, and I could either become part of the program or have my memories erased to protect the secrecy of the project. How many other hospitals are involved in this research? Currently 17 facilities across the southwestern United States. The second man replied, the program is expanding as we refine the reconstruction protocols and cloning techniques. And how many people know about it? Essential personnel only. Medical researchers, administrative staff, security personnel, and maintenance workers who require access to experimental areas. I thought about my wife Carmen and our children. Did I want to come home every night carrying the knowledge that I worked in a facility where dead patients were being reconstructed and tested as preparation for resurrection? Could I maintain normal family relationships while keeping such a profound secret? But I also thought about the potential benefits. If the technology worked, deaths from medical errors could be reversed. Patients who died during surgery could be brought back with corrected conditions. Families could be reunited with loved ones who had been lost to treatable diseases. I'll stay, I said. But I want to understand more about what you're trying to accomplish, Mr. Ramirez, Janet said. Welcome to the Resurrection Research Program. Your security clearance will be processed tomorrow, and you'll begin receiving training on experimental system maintenance next week. That was 3 days ago. Since then, I've been learning about consciousness reconstruction technology, cloning protocols, and the medical procedures required to transfer perfected awareness into new bodies. The work is incredible, revolutionary. The potential to eliminate death from medical causes entirely, but it's also disturbing. The reconstructed patients suffer through endless repetitions of failed procedures while their consciousness is gradually modified to optimize resurrection outcomes. And not all of them will be successfully transferred to new bodies. Some will remain archived as data, while researchers continue developing the technology. I'm writing this account partly as documentation, but mostly as a warning. If you're a hospital worker, maintenance, nursing, administrative staff, pay attention to patients who seem slightly wrong, too perfect, too responsive, too detailed for normal human variation, and watch for basement areas or restricted sections that aren't on standard floor plans. Because resurrection research is expanding rapidly, more hospitals are being recruited for the program, more deceased patients are being reconstructed for testing, and more staff members are being offered the choice between secrecy and memory modification. The technology could change everything about how we understand life and death, but it requires extensive testing on consciousness that doesn't know it's supposed to be dead. And once you know about it, once you've seen the reconstructed patients and understand what they represent, you become part of the research, whether you want to or not. The only question is whether you'll be maintaining the equipment used to perfect the dead, or whether you'll become one of the test subjects used to optimize the resurrection protocols. Because medical errors still happen, surgery complications still occur, and when hospital staff die during treatment, they become valuable data sources for improving the consciousness reconstruction process. That's the choice I made when I decided to stay at Riverside Medical Center. I'm helping develop technology that could eliminate death from medical causes, but I'm also ensuring that if I die during my own medical treatment someday, my consciousness will be reconstructed and used for testing until the resurrection protocols are perfected enough to bring me back to life. That's either the most hopeful or the most terrifying job security imaginable. I'm still not sure which.